for me, and they look at the book and they look all puzzled and say, "Can you try these on?" And they put the glasses on and they go, "Oh," because I haven't seen anything up close for a long time. And I said, "Would you like those those $10 glasses? Would you like to keep those?" And a whole stack of them kept them. One old guy, Mungai from the Goyala clan, told me to get stuff because his eyes were good, and he was in his 70s and he couldn't see anything, so we didn't get any information out of him. He was too proud to wear glasses.
Hey, Dave.
I look so much older once I put them on.
Gentlemen.
And ladies.
And lady. We're live, Dave. Would you like to introduce us?
There we go.
Having a discussion about specs.
Yep.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a Sunday night Aquariums Anonymous with a twist. My name is Adam. I'll be your host, and I've got a power-packed panel of guests here tonight. Some of old-timers that have been before, one that is one of us, and one that is an old-timer from a long time ago. Tonight's live stream I'll just say before I go into who's with us tonight's live stream was inspired pretty much by that book for myself, which was Gunther Schmeider's The Cohabitating. That's Gunther. And I mentioned this in the previous podcast live stream, because seeing these pictures with the different fish and reptiles that lived in the same habitats really inspired me as a kid. And so that means tonight our topic is basically, can you aesthetically and safely keep Australian reptiles with Australian fish in your home? And we're going to deep dive not only into them as a general topic, but also we're going to deep dive and get right down the nitty-gritty into snakes, lizards, and of course turtles. But there's one which we're not going to get deep dived into, and that is, Dave?
Crocodiles?
Bingo. We're not going to do crocodiles tonight.
Oh, they're one of my favourites.
So I'll just say good day to who's with us tonight. We've got Praddy87, we've got Gil, we've got Tanya, we've got Quade, we've got Ravenpaw from the UK, we've got Johanny Ross Dingle, David Smith, and I think we might have everyone who is live with us at the moment. Oh, and Mason. Of course, Mason's going to be here. How are you, mate? So tonight's guest, how about we start with ladies first? Gabs, would you like to introduce yourself to the crowd?
Yeah, g'day, folks. What can I say? I've spent most of my life keeping fish and reptiles. Started at an early age when Dad would bring a snake neck turtle home that he'd found crossing the road, and we'd keep it in a pond for a little bit and then pop it back down the creek. So yeah, it's always been a lifelong fascination, and I hope I can share some of my experiences tonight.
I'm pretty sure you can, because the first time I met you was through the Australian Herpetological Society back in probably 1993 or something like that. And you were a bit of a can't talk to her, scary turtle lady back then.
Yep. Really?
And and since then, that's how I basically knew of you till up until really only about the last probably year or year and a half or so, 2 years. So I do know that you've got a lot of experience.
Yeah, well, I moved to Queensland in 2002 or 2003. Needed a tree change, and that I'd finished a career at Taronga Zoo as a reptile keeper there. And whilst I was there, I was encouraging them to add fish into the displays, but they had limited success, I think, because the ponds were all made of concrete mostly.
Yeah.
But after that, I set up a freshwater turtle conservation organisation and spent a lot of time in the river systems up here. And then went to work for the museum, Queensland Museum, for a while. So I've exhibited live and dead animals of all kinds, and should be able to give you some heads up.
Mate, I think you're qualified to be here. How about actually? Let's go with the newbie on the block, Andrew. Yeah. Why don't you take the time to introduce yourself to the group, mate?
Okay, well, I'm Andrew. I'm based in Sydney, and I've grown up in Sydney. I'm near the local bushland, the Royal National Park, and the Warranora River was an area I grew up in. And as young little boys back in the day, in the early 1970s, it wasn't common to keep reptiles as pets or anything. They were regarded as sort of people were scared of them, and they were illegal since 1973. Protection came in, but I was that little kid that was fascinated with dinosaurs as a little kid, obviously. And when I went straight out in the bush, I saw water dragons running around near my house. There was blue tongues in the garden, bearded dragons out the front, and lace monitors. And as soon as I saw things like that and snakes, I just thought, wow, there's real life dinosaurs live around me home. I was just fascinated. Never had a fear of these animals and just was totally fascinated. So I just spent the whole time sitting in the bush watching these animals, learning about them. Obviously started catching them and things like that to learn because we had no other option back then. And then got to meet the people would know out at La Perouse, the famous Can family. And they got the Can Snake Pit show out there. They did the reptile shows, which started with Fred Fox originally. And I've seen George Can Sr. And I started in the late 80s working with George Can Jr. and John Can. And so I started doing mobile shows and all that with the reptile shows through them. And that got me in the industry to work with the reptiles in a professional way. When George Can passed away in 2001, John and I became partnership in the business. And then since then, he retired completely in 2010. And that's where I've solely gone off on my business now since then. So I got into that and also been a licensed snake catcher for probably well over a couple of decades now. And always kept a lot of reptiles. Got into the breeding a lot in the early days when people wanted normal looking reptiles. But once it all changed, it became morphs and things like that. I just focused on doing the education and display work and shows. So, which I mainly go around doing ag shows, schools, festivals, all that sort of stuff. And mainly specialise in working with a lot of venomous snakes. So doing the venomous snake shows is one of the things I like to really educate people, the proper facts about them more than anything.
Yeah. Todd, tell us the truth. You just like the ooh.
Yeah, well, I think it's got to the point now with a lot of some of the venomous snakes I work with. I think it's got to the point now that I'm old enough to realise that when I don't need them for work, I'm not keeping them as pets. You find a lot of those animals as you get older, you start to realise these are really awesome animals, like having taipans and things like that, and eastern browns everywhere, and you start to think, you know what? They're not really a pet. They're something I keep now for work. And as soon as I don't need them to work, I'm not keeping them as pets. But there's plenty of others I would definitely want to keep still.
And for context out there, Andrew was probably my first, the person I first met when I went to my first Australian herpetological meeting back at the Australian Museum, and it would have been 30 years ago.
It would have been, yeah.
We haven't kept in touch pretty much for a long time, but it's bizarre when you do talk to someone again. It's just like back in the old days.
Nothing. Yeah, no time's gone.
And Andrew hooked me up with my first pair through another herper at the meeting, my first pair of pink tongue skinks. So I thank him for that.
No worries, you're welcome.
Dave, you've been here before, but do you want to give us the rundown of who you are and what makes you valid as being a reptile, fish, and aquatic plant guest?
Yeah, well, my name's Dave Wilson. I now live just out of Darwin. Ended up here after working for the government for many years, and then they shifted me up to the Northern Territory, and then they wanted to shift me back to the city. I left and got a job at the wildlife park. But well before that, in the 60s, I was taking home snakes and lizards and horrifying my mother, who really didn't like the idea of me having little eastern brown snakes at Western New South Wales and various other things, and brought home some carpet snakes, and one got away, and the electrician was up in the roof fixing the hot water system, and he came across the snake, wrapped around the hessian on one of the pipes, and stood up in a hurry and lifted a sheet of tin off the roof and came down and was all horrified and white and shaking, and told my mother that there was a snake in the roof. And she went, "Oh yeah, that's one of David's, got away." And then that horrible person, I won't mention his name, politician, made all of our snakes and lizards protected, as was mentioned before. So I went over to fish, and keen fisherman, and got more interested in the bait. So I started putting fish in aquariums, and I talked my way into a job at the Territory Wildlife Park, supervising their aquarium there, and convinced them that I could do the job, and worked there for 9 years, and then left there and started. People used to come into the aquarium and say, "Where do I get that plant? Where do I get that fish?" And they're all local native stuff. And I said, "Well, go out and catch them yourself. This is where they live." And we eventually set up a small fish farm here on our block and called it Aqua Green, and been growing the native stuff. And the big thrill these days with fish and reptiles and is a biotope, they call it, where you have the critters from all in one spot. So we've been helping people obtain the plants and fish and occasionally reptiles for their biotope aquariums, and that's excellent sport.
And funnily enough, when I was doing a bit of visual aids for tonight, I found myself leaning into a biotope style of visual aid, even without even thinking about it. So we'll get to that in a bit of a sec. Thanks, guys. Okay, David Smith says he doesn't want to sound autistic, but Dave's volume is slightly lower. I can hear okay on max volume. Dave, I'm going to find you and I'm going to put you up before we get into our criteria. Dave is up to full ball. Andrew, Gabs, and myself are on 3/4. David Smith, hopefully that is okay for you. All right, so what we're going to do, I'm going to start by having a bit of guidelines on the way we sort of are going to nut out this evening, because there's a lot of there's a bit of a funny sound coming through, guys. I don't know what that came from. Let me see if that's better. That was you, Dave. Don't know if you can hear me, by the way, but I just muted you. Yeah, I can hear you now, mate. All right. So guidelines for choosing our cohabitating reptiles and fish tonight, but let's say the reptiles, is that the whole idea is we want this to be something that you'd be proud to put in your living room inside your home. So we really want to do something that enhances the decor of your home, is attractive to your significant other, and consequently it needs to be of a certain size. Obviously, when we're trying to combine reptiles with fish, means we need to have a sizable water body, and some of these reptiles can be large, but we want to try and keep the display to being somewhere around about the 8 to 10 foot long mark maximum. So things like well, crocodiles are completely out of the question. Okay, so if we're talking about, let's have the back of our heads an enclosure, max size a 10 by 3 by 3 or something like that, you know, just to work with. So it means we're completely ignoring outdoor enclosures. We're ignoring outdoor pits that might have a pond, just because it doesn't fit those criteria. Because we want to have this in our lounge room, all beautiful looking, there are restrictions on venomous reptiles in Australia where they have to be behind locked doors and locked rooms. So that doesn't quite fit with our criteria. And of course, I've got here that it must be fully decked out, cohabited by fish as well as plants. So we want this to look the part. We're not talking about frogs tonight, and we're only talking about reptiles that are either truly semi-aquatic or aquatic. So although you could have a paludarium with geckos or some angle-headed dragons or even a snake like that up above it, they're not going to interact with the water body itself. And that's the kind of aesthetic that we're trying to go for tonight. So, guys, I don't know what that noise is in the background. Can you guys hear that at all? Intermittently?
It's not the TV at Dave's, is it?
I just muted Dave and it's gone. So it is something to do with Dave, but it might be the internet service, Dave.
Hang on.
Might just be the TV on it.
No.
It's like it's the fan. It's the exhaust fan for dinner, Dave.
Yeah, the oven's on too.
There you go. All right, so what I thought I was going to jump, because I know our audience and the time and the concentration of everybody these days. I'm not saying our audience. Let's face it, our audience is excellent, but you know, people after the fact might have a slow concentration. I was going to go into the general side of things like enclosures, enclosure construction, design, lighting, UV, heating, plants, runoff first. But I think what we might do is jump to our whittling away of our choices to get down to our 3 chosen reptiles first: our turtle, our snake, and our lizard. And that's something a bit more exciting to go through, and then we can get into some of the generals, and then we can get back to cohabiting that chosen reptile with its within its display. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
So the big question is, do we want to go through turtles first, snakes first, or lizards first? What do you think, Gabs?
No noise.
Did you hear that noise again? Is that what you're laughing at? Gabs, what do you reckon? We're going to go for turtles, snakes, or lizards first?
I can't hear Gabs now.
You got it turned off, or she's turned herself off?
I can't hear her.
Hang on, people.
Gabrielle's muted.
Oh,
Gabs is muted. No, Gabs is not muted. She is now. She's not now.
Try talking, Gabs. No.
No noise.
Gabs, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove you and then put you back in. And now you're back in.
Still upside down.
Oh no, you're the right way up, but still silent.
Do you want to log out, Gabs, and then log back in again? I think she said sure. All right, we're going to go to Dave. Dave, what do you think? All right. Dave, should we go snakes, turtles, or lizards first?
Start small and work your way up. Lizards.
Lizards first. All right. Well, let me add this. I know. Okay. So guys in the audience, guys and girls in the audience, what I want to do is we're going to make our way through what are all the semi-aquatic and aquatic reptiles that I could find in Australia. And we're going to find out if we think they would be a good candidate until we get to the best candidate at the end. Andrew Melrose, what do you think about this mangrove monitor?
Well, I did used to keep mangrove monitors years ago, and I found them fantastic monitors. They look great. They look fantastic, but they did need a bigger enclosure. They need a lot of room, obviously. They can be a bit active at times and be a little bit messy. Handling wise, they were one of the monitors I found weren't bad for handling, because as far as monitors go, there were species I found that were very reluctant to bite, whereas some other monitors were more bitey. But generally, I find it great looking monitor, but they can get large. Like you can get these monitors could be up to 1.5 meters. Yeah.
I was going to say, Dave, you'd had those up your way, wouldn't you? Or are they more Cape York?
Oh, you get them up around Darwin.
It'd be very common at Maningrida, and the rangers out there, the ranger coordinator and the rangers caught reptiles and put them into the pet trade. And one of the ones that they caught, which I didn't have a lot to do with, but they said they were okay to handle. They built a PVC trap, and they go head first into the trap that was upright and couldn't get out. So and the locals there, the indigenous people, that they were good tucker, and occasionally they'd have a boat coming back up out of the Tompkinson River and the Liverpool River, and the whole boat would be absolutely full of these things dead. So there used to be tens of thousands of them right around the coast in the mangroves, but since the cane toads arrived, they're very scarce. So they obviously eat toads and die.
Gabs, what do you think about the mangrove monitor in our lounge room?
Yeah, they do get a bit big, but if you had an enclosure on above the tank, you could probably work with it. They are a bit messy, but they are, as Andrew said, the one at Taronga Zoo is very handleable. and it had quite blue spots too, which was very pretty. Wasn't the usual yellow.
All right. I personally am thinking that we've got a 1.5 metre goanna in your lounge room above an aquarium that contains fish might be problematic.
Yeah, you'll end up with a lot of water on your floor.
Yeah. I have just noticed there is a question there where Tans Aquariums asked me what I mean by active and messy. What I mean by that is they are a big, robust lizard, and because they're a big, robust lizard, if you've got a lot of items in the enclosure that is movable and not fixed, they will knock that around, and it will probably end up in the water and things like that. And when they monitor that size, when they go to the toilet, can make quite a mess. So yeah.
All right. So, Gabs, is our next lizard here any better?
Quite similar.
Yeah.
The Mertens, again, they get quite big and they will cause a mess. You want a very large enclosure for those guys.
So,
Dave, very similar to a mangrove.
Yeah.
Are these guys working out 10 by 3?
Well, you'll fit one in a 10 by 3, but it's probably gonna be quite active in it.
Yeah. And Dave, what do you think about the ability of these guys to cohabitate with fish?
They'll fine. They will chase small fish, and there is film of these catching purple spotted gudgeons in Litchfield Park, and I've seen them sitting on the side of the mountain dam overflow in the wet season, and as the fish try to jump up the water, they catch them in the air. So
wow.
If we kept one at the Wildlife Park Aquarium, and it was in with larger fish, and it didn't worry the larger fish, but quite calm, peaceful, a lot nicer than the freshwater crocodile that was in with it. So yeah.
But possibly a little bit too large for a 10 by 3 still, once it's an adult.
Yeah, that enclosure it was in was about 4 metres front and 3 metres front to back, quite a large enclosure with lots of land and the trees in it. There was big vegetation. If you're keeping plants in there, you'd be trampling the plants all the time, I suppose.
Right. Well, because we want this to be a display, I think we might keep going on our slideshow here. Let's see if we get any better options.
One of my favourite reptiles.
Just going to say the same thing, Andrew.
Yep, love them.
What do we got here,
still
gentlemen?
Keep them, always kept them my whole life and still keep them now.
Eastern water dragon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eastern water dragon.
I don't need to keep them because one comes in my doggy door and hangs out in my house, a wild one in the backyard. So
That's
I don't
cool.
need to put in an enclosure. Jub, the wonder lizard.
Nice.
He's just awesome to have around.
And
went to a restaurant in Sydney recently, and there was a pond in the restaurant, Chinese restaurant, in the China. Oh, anyway, these things were coming out of the pond and sitting underneath your table, looking up at you, begging for food by the looks of them.
Yeah,
so
they got the garden there at Darling Harbour. It's full of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
Brisbane's
where it
the
was.
same.
Yeah, Darling Harbour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brisbane's the same.
I guess there's lots of positives for the Eastern water dragon. They clearly make for a very showy display animal by this male, although by the looks of that, it might be slightly colour enhanced. But they do make for
that's for a Queensland one, that one.
Yeah, that's Southeast Queensland for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a picture of a Queensland one for sure. Yeah.
You can tell by that yellow breaking the black band behind the eye.
That's exactly it. Yes.
they've got lovely red chest. You can also get a Southern Gippsland form, which is more green. They all have some nice behaviours with their head bobbing and their, carrying on with the boys and the girls. Do you think there's any negatives that would preclude us from keeping this inside our lounge room?
I've got a big scar on my arm from one of those. I put it down my shirt, freshly wild caught, and it got up in my sleeve and chewed away. I was on my push bike right home in Lismore. Yeah, made a mess. That was my own stupidity, though.
I do find the water dragon is a fantastic animal that can be quite active, and they're not as amenable to handling like the bearded dragons.
Yeah.
So they're not an animal that's going to sit on your hand all day like a beardy will or on your shoulder. You can't wait to sit there and you put your hand in and pick it out and hold it. These things are an animal that generally, even you had them for quite a lot of years, even when you go to open that enclosure to put your hand in to get it, it's probably going to run and hit the glass at the other end of the enclosure. things like that, they are that little bit more skittish in their behaviour.
Yeah. And what about size-wise? How do they compare to the monitors that we were looking at?
Oh, well, a big male water drag can get up to 1 metre long. So they can get big, but the average is usually going to be around 60, 70 centimetres. But most of it's tail.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of people out there that think that this would be the ideal semi-aquatic lizard to have in a paludarium room.
Yeah, fantastic looking animal. Great display looking animal.
They can be a bit sooky. Sorry, they can be a bit sensitive. Like they're very intelligent as far as lizards go, and they can be caught.
Gab's frozen. All right, Gab's frozen. Might see if her internet catches.
She's stood upside down too.
Oh, is she? She's up right way for me.
So for everybody out there, Dave's seen Gabs upside down for the last 2 days, and
I don't know how that is.
We can't figure it out. But anyway,
I can't either because she's right way for me.
Praddy says, are the water dragons communal? Well, yeah, they are very social. And although the boys are territorial and they will display, and you can't really have 2 large adult males in close proximity, you can certainly have a male and a couple of females quite easily. Andrew, have you ever had adult males together? Okay.
Not very successfully, no. No, I've always had the males that I've had have been young ones that have worked their way up into the the group in like a big outdoor enclosure with an outdoor pond and that where they live and big waterfall. So I've had adult dominating male. He's always lived there really well with his harem, pretty much of all the females. And you will get young males that just sort of come up through the ranks, and while they're young, while they're small, they tolerate them. And then as soon as they get to that sort of really adult size, that's when they're going to start to want to take on dad. And you will get problems then, yeah.
We've also got a comment here from David Smith, who says that he's seen many water dragons with bad nose damage from small
100%. Yeah, I'd say that probably relates to like what I mentioned. If somebody wanted to go and get a water dragon out of that enclosure in that tank inside, it'll run and hit the other end of the glass. And because they're sort of active, they will spend their time sort of at the glass, going from side to side, rubbing, nose rubbing, things like that. They are an active lizard that will probably do that, yeah. But some people have also had them in sort of like wire or mesh, which is probably going to be a lot more detrimental to their injuries.
Yeah. And again, David Smith has got here again, when he says small, he means less than 4 to 5 square meters. And if you think about it, we're talking about, let's say, a 10 by 3, which is 3 meters by 1 meter surface area, not including vertical. That's only 3 square meters.
That's only 3 square meter, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I've always found myself, personally, I've always had water dragons in big outdoor enclosures. I've never kept them indoors. I've never, unless they were sort of babies, really young babies. But as a mature water dragon, always large outdoor enclosure. I've never found them to be something suitable for an indoor enclosure.
Well, I think because we like the idea of this being a display, we should keep moving on in our criteria if there's something small.
Absolutely.
Dave, I know you're Northern Territory. Gabs, Queensland, what do we got here? Mangroves.
I know Anna Zimney.
Hey?
I know the guy that took the photo.
Oh, yeah.
This is a rusty monitor.
Yeah.
I don't know if Gabs has got volume still. You right, Gab?
My internet's playing terrible.
Yeah. Well, remember it was glitching before the stream?
Yeah. I've got 2 options, and neither of them have much service at the moment.
Well, every time I see you leave and I see you come back, I'll just re-add you, if that helps.
Thanks, that'd be good.
So this is a rusty monitor which occurs in the east coast of North Queensland, and is only a pretty small monitor, about half a meter, maybe 2 foot, and lives on the tidal flats of the mangroves up there. And I think it makes for an absolutely fantastic display animal. But there's just one giant problem. Gabs, have you got any thoughts on what the giant problem is?
Availability. There isn't any.
That'll be the first thing I would have mentioned.
It doesn't help.
hobby.
Yeah, it doesn't help. So for everybody out there, reptiles in Australia, you have to have a license. The licensing varies between state in terms of its how easy it is to get them and how easy to get what level and whatnot. But we are generally, when the licensing came into the state, if the reptile wasn't in captivity at the time, the government body didn't decide to add to the list. They just almost did a profile of what's in captivity, and that was what you're able to trade with. So this guy is this one might be. This is up your alley, Dave, by the way. What have we got here?
Mitchell's.
Bingo.
Mm.
They're not that common at the moment. I've seen it used to be plenty around, but after 2005 when the toads turned up, a lot of I used to have 3 monitors living in my backyard and a pair of frillies, and they're all gone. And out in the bush where you'd see these things there was a billabong, and up in the rocky pools up in the hills behind Adelaide River, the town. There used to be quite a few of these, but now you go up there and you don't see them at all. So I don't know whether you can get hold of them. Is there anyone breeding them? Do you know?
Not that I know of.
There was only one breeder that I knew of in southeast Queensland, and they haven't bred them for the last few years either.
I've got a feeling there's a guy called Monsoon. He's got a Facebook, Monsoon Monitors, just up in the tablelands behind Cairns. I think he might have some. But again, we want to make sure that this is something that's achievable for most people that want to get involved. So we're going to keep on going. And the next animal is what we all agree probably the best displayed lizard, semi-aquatic, for your lounge room.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Andrew?
I reckon amazing. They're one of those sort of animals that's extremely overlooked by a lot of people because they see things as common. If they live in an area where these animals are, and they look at them and they see something like this. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the water skink here. That's a little heat. Well, I blew out to water skink. But you've got the eastern water skink as the main one we're going to focus on. And I find they've got such a great little personality, these guys. Like they're really, really got good personality. They've got a great little communal sort of organisation and hierarchy as well, which is fascinating to watch. And even though I've only kept these fellas outdoors, I reckon this will be something set up in the right manner, kept indoors, absolutely ideal. They're really good. Yeah.
So how many and what sex ratio would you put in a 3 by 1 metre enclosure?
Yeah, I think you're going to find it's very similar to the water dragons, that you will want to have that one male dominating. You do get a lot of competitiveness with them. They do fight quite a bit, the males. So that'll be my option usually. But every now and then you can get males that will get on quite well.
And then you can have as many as you want, and they'll breed it in your enclosure too, and have little babies.
Absolutely, yeah. And also the good thing is being something that's live bearing is fantastic.
Yeah, and they won't. How do we? We'll go into a bit later on in terms of fish, but these guys, Gabs, they're pretty safe with fish.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can't recall ever seeing them hunting for fish. They'd be opportunistic if a fish was stuck in a puddle or something, probably, but I don't think they're going to actively hunt in an aquarium.
Yeah. All right. So I think we can.
What water to land ratio for an enclosure?
Gabs, what do you reckon?
I reckon quite a bit of land. They do spend a lot of time on the land, but you will see them jump into the water, swim across, but they'll always want to be on the land and sitting around next to the water. So I find generally a lot of land. Yeah.
I would work with about a third of the surface area, and just you can incorporate that into like rock ledges and loggage that they can climb and utilise. So you can maximise that area. They love crevices. They love to get in between rock slabs and things like that. So you could easily create that in your system and have lots of places for them to hang out and move around.
Yeah. I'll put out a bit of a poll in the chat, guys. If you want to talk about snakes or turtles next. And I will say that individual reptile, the water skink, is probably the one that tonight will require the most land space, which is a good thing because it only grows about 30 centimeters long and most of that's tail.
Yeah.
So, it'd be very different if it was a mangrove monitor, for example. All right, let's stop this poll and see how we're going. We're going to go for snakes next, everybody. Gabs is out of action at the moment, but that's okay. Andrew, I'm learning lots of new skills here, buddy. I've got polls going on. I've got all shit.
You're killing it.
I hope Gab gets back in time because I like the this next one. Everybody, we're going to go through our snakes. That's not a snake.
No.
That's a snake.
One of the best snakes on the planet.
All right. What have we got here?
My favourite snake, the red belly black.
Does it classify as a semi-aquatic snake?
Yeah, I reckon it does. They do swim really well, and they are actually a species of snake that does a lot of hunting in the water. And they can hold their breath for up to half an hour. So they're very good for aquatic activities. And their favourite food generally in the wild is going to be frogs. But they will diversify, and they will eat things like fish, and they will eat eels very commonly, lizards and things like that. Generally in the wild, if you come, like most red belly black snakes in the wild are not really rodent eaters. They do prefer much more frogs and things like that, aquatic animals, over rodents in the wild. In captivity, you will get them onto rodents, so I'll eat them readily. But generally, I find we've got baby ones and that, I've got to trick them with sort of scenting with fish and things like that to get them started on food, on rodents. So they are very aquatic, and they will go into people's yards, fish ponds, eating their goldfish. People have been fishing and had black snakes come up following their lines out the water. And very commonly, they do love to eat eels. So, yeah, very much an animal that will eat pretty much the aquatic animals in the tank with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say, probably one of the positive is it's got to be one of the best looking snakes in Australia.
Oh, they really are, yeah.
And I was going to ask, though, is there a couple of caveats and negatives out there, Dave? Well, you mentioned it might eat the fish. Is that correct?
Yeah.
They don't occur up here. I did keep a black snake when I was young, but it wasn't with fish, so I don't know. But if they do eat fish, they're probably not suitable.
And what's the other big problem with these guys?
Venom.
Probably venom.
Yeah, venom.
Venom, and people who aren't experienced in handling these. Like, it's quite funny when you hear people talk about the black snake and the fact that you get a lot of people, because there hasn't really been recorded deaths from a black snake. And people go, oh, they're harmless. They're not that venomous. I can tell you now, anyone bitten by a black snake will tell you otherwise. They are a very horrible bite. I've touched wood, I've never been bitten myself, but I've had a lot of friends bitten by them and seen what happened to them, and incredibly horrible bites. And they reckon it's one of the sickest they've been, missing digits off their hands from bites. It's a horrible bite.
Kidney damage.
Kidney damage, things like that, all down the track. Necrosis of the skin, very, very horrible. So they're sort of an animal that people go, oh, they're tame too. They don't want to. I can tell you what, I've had black snakes that think they're brown snakes, and you can get always that individual that's an idiot, and they're not all going to be exactly as the textbooks say or as somebody's had a great experience with. So that can be a dangerous animal.
What do you think about that comment? Oh, sorry, Gabs, your face has just disappeared by the comment. Andrew, what do you think about that one, mate?
That comment, yeah, definitely. I can answer that for sure. I talk about this a lot in my shows and how this started. Generally, a lot of these comments really started because of the Laparoo Snake Show. And one of the main things that the Cairns used to talk about at that show was they did mention sticking up for the black snake. If you got the black snakes on there around your property, they used to eat the brown snakes and keep them away. But what it really comes down to is, if you've got a property that has a dam has a creek through it, things like that. You've got a habitat that suits the red-bellied blacks that are going to eat things like frogs. Most of the time, if you've got that habitat that suits it for the red bellies around the water that are eating frogs, brown snakes aren't going to live there anyway because they're out in the dry grassland eating rodents and lizards. So most of the time, it's not because the black snakes are keeping them away. It's mainly the habitat doesn't suit them both perfectly. But you will get a lot of red-bellied blacks and brown snakes cohabitating in areas. I've gone out to jobs and picked up a piece of tin and got brown snakes and black snakes together, overwintering together, brumating together. And they've been fine together. I have seen definitely black snakes killing and eating browns. I've also seen browns killing and eating blacks. They are all very cannibalistic, and it usually depends on who's bigger and hungrier on the day that's going to win. And what it comes down to is generally because the black snakes seem to be much less aggressive in their nature, people prefer to have them around. And as long as they believe the fact that they keep the browns away, it saves a lot of black snakes. So that's pretty much what it does, but it's not completely 100% true. It keeps them away.
Okay. Right. I always thought also that it was from the king brown, isn't it? Which is in the same.
The mulga.
Yeah. Which is a snake eater.
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
red bellies are big snake eaters. Like you put a tree snake near them, they'll smash it. You put any other snake near it, a golden crown, anything smaller, they'll smash it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're real reptile eaters. Yeah.
I don't think the red-bellied black snake's going to go in our lounge room simply because we're not legally allowed to. So we might move on to our next snake in the list, which is what, Dave?
A water python.
Bingo. What do we reckon about this as a pet snake in a display with fish?
A little bit big. I don't know whether they'll eat the fish or not. They may do, but they're very common on the wetlands up here, and grumpy as hell. Yeah, so you pick them up and they try and bite you. Yeah.
They love spray painting their enclosures, so not ideal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
As in,
yeah. They make a massive mess. Yeah.
Okay. Does that get the partner seal of approval or not?
Heck no. It stinks too.
All right, we're moving on from the water python then. Okay. We're going to have a couple of snakes, or a little group of snakes, which although are very aquatic, I think the problem's going to be availability. And these guys are mangrove snakes, which I believe are up your way, Dave.
There's plenty of mangrove snakes around Darwin. The most common one will be the bockadam, and they come in about 3 different colours. There's grey, red, and a mixture halfway between. And I kept those in an exhibit in a small, about 1 metre wide, half a metre deep, with water and land with mud skip. Or they polished up the mud skippers pretty quick. But we put small gobies and blue eyes in the water, and they left those alone. But they were quite nice, and got tame very, very quickly. So they used to accept the fish from the forceps and just sit there and watch you working around them, and then they get excited when you turn up with a pilchard for them. Yeah.
And Dave, how big are bockadams and mangrove snakes? Are they a big snake?
Oh, less than 1 metre. Most of the bockadams we caught probably 60 centimetres thereabouts. So I don't know how big they actually grow. And I do know what happens when they bite you. Yeah, it stings a little bit.
And how did it go? Yeah, what were the main symptoms you got from that, Dave?
I don't think it got venom in me. I grabbed it and pulled it off. But that was my own stupid fault. I reached into the enclosure to pick up the food that he didn't take, and it got me instead.
Oh, no. That's usually probably one of the main bites people do get keeping snakes is food response bites. Generally, a food response bite working with venomous snakes is generally not going to be a dry bite.
One of the guys at the wildlife park got a dry bite from a death adder. We had a bit of a panic and called the ambulance.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that turned out to be a dry bite. He wasn't
envenomated. That's lucky.
I think the death adder was just cranky with him and just bit him to get him out of the way. But, they're very, very quick adders, yes.
Oh, extremely.
You know,
They don't like.
at face value, these intertidal mangrove style snakes seem to me to be a perfect display snake because they're small-ish. And they lend themselves to having that really interactive display where you can put on some dosing pumps. You can have a whole tidal situation going on.
Oh, amazing.
And that's working.
They spend a lot of time swimming as well. When we were looking for them for photographs, they were on display at that new zoo in Mitchell Street. Well, not so new now. And we went out at night with a spotlight with Gunther Schmid. He was photographing them. And they're quite common swimming around in the mangrove creeks, the ones you could get access to that weren't too muddy, sloppy. And didn't take us long to find. We were looking for a red one. It took us a lot longer to find a red one, but they're not as common as the grey ones, as in the photo. But they're lovely. I'd vote them as number one favourite snake to keep.
But there is one big problem, Gabs, and that's what is that when it comes to trying to source these snakes?
They're just not available.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Like,
I can tell you how to get one. There's an application system through the Northern Territory. So you need to find a landowner, and then the landowner applies to catch the snakes, and he'll sell them to you. So
yeah.
that I think that permit system, it's up on my website how to apply for them. It used to be there. I can put it back if anyone's interested. But just finding a landowner that's agreeable to, and it's about this. It is on my website, the sustainable use of renewable natural resources as a conservation tool. And we had a progressive scientist here that wrote that piece of work. It's been taken down now, but you can still use that as a shell to apply for wild reptiles. And we're about to do that for a file snake for some people in Melbourne. So
can I just add a couple things? One of them is wild collection. In my experience, if you collect adult reptiles, often they don't adapt well to captive conditions. If you're looking at, I guess snakes probably not as much, but things like intelligent reptiles like frilled lizards don't adapt well being snapped from the wild and popped into an enclosure. But also the licensing in Queensland is quite odd. Like if it's a NT species, they'd probably be open to you importing one through that mechanism. But if it was a Queensland species, there's no chance.
I think the other thing is, and I'm not sure on this one, Andrew, you might know more than me, but in New South Wales, if bockadams or white-bellied mangrove snakes aren't listed in our current available species, then we can't keep them, even if we can get them.
No, they really only have what's listed. And I think it would take a lot of work to get something new listed to the system.
Yeah.
So I think based on that, we might keep moving. But I have one comment here it's not a question, but it's just a comment I find interesting. I'm not going to put it along because I'm going to lose Gab's face if I do it. But it's from Ravencore, who's over in England. He says, in the UK, all native reptiles are illegal to keep, apart from common toads. Common frogs, illegal to sell or buy, but then that is discouraged, and some are even illegal to handle unless you have a license. And I've heard similar reports, not so much about reptiles, but about native fish in the United States, how it's in some states you're not allowed to keep native fish. And it just blows me away that a country would actively discourage their people from enjoying their own wildlife.
Their own native, yeah.
You know, like America, let's say the UK would allow a leopard gecko or a green boa, but wouldn't allow I don't know, what's the UK species, a garter snake or something? I don't know. I've got no idea.
Yeah, the adder snake.
The adder, yeah, European adder, or the they've got a grass snake. They do have a grass snake.
Yeah, grass snake. Yeah.
Interesting between different countries. Let's keep moving on. We're getting close to now hang on a minute. So this is not an aquatic snake, but let's face it, it lives around wet areas and its main food is frogs. So we're going to call it semi-aquatic, and it has got to be one of the most beautiful Australian snakes. It comes in different colour forms, such as you're about to see shortly, like a blue form. They were really common around Mission Beach in Queensland. And there's another species of this snake up around the NT. This surely, guys, has got to be the snake we're going to choose tonight. Yeah?
I reckon it's great. Dave, you want to talk about it? I'll talk too if you want.
Go for it, mate. Go for it.
Okay, it's a species I've kept over the years. Generally, they are a species that is prolifically going to feed on fish and frogs, and lizards is their main food source. They're not a snake that readily eats rodents, so you're not going to have that different diet. You can get some of them. I found over the years, many years ago, I found the blue phase like that. I got to eat rodents. The normal common green ones, very difficult to get onto like that. Very difficult to get anything like that to eat a rodent.
Andrew, you haven't said what it is yet, though.
Oh, it's a common tree snake. It's a common tree snake because people used to always just say green tree snake. But they're in such different colours, we've got to go away from that name, green tree. So that one there, your blue-faced common tree snake. The other one's your normal common tree snake. And then you got your golden tree snakes, which they call up the Northern Territory, the other ones. But then you do get your other tree snakes, like your Calligastras and things like that. But that one there's all your common tree snakes. Yeah, predominantly going to be fish eaters. And that's what I actually fed them in captivity, was feed a goldfish. And I'd put a bowl of water in there, we'd put the fish in there, and they'd eat them live, feed a goldfish.
Do you think that it's possible to choose a fish size that will preclude, either small or large, that will preclude the predation of them from this snake and still keep it in?
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%. If you got something really small, they're not going to bother trying to catch it.
All right. So then if that's the case, we're talking about a fish, we're talking about a snake that we could keep with fish, a snake which is an absolutely beautiful snake, which will fit easily into an enclosure that's smaller than our said 10 by 3. Yep. Why in the world would we not keep this snake?
Oh, well, I don't know. I definitely would. It's they can be a little they can be a little messy. Because they're an active snake, they do eat quite a bit more than some other, like pythons. So pythons, you feed them once a week, once a fortnight. They go to the toilet the same time, once a week, once a fortnight. These guys, they eat much more readily. They go to the toilet much more often too. So there's a little bit more mess going to have from the going to the toilet all the time. And they're a very active flighty snake. So, they're a sort of snake that's going to be pretty quick to move around. But a great setup you could have, branches and things like that, overhanging the water they'll use. Whereas things like those other lizards and that you looked at and some of the other stuff, they're not going to use that stuff that's overhanging the water. It's only going to use that land. So this would be something you could have, like thin branches and things over the water without taking away from the looking at the water, and it won't be so dominating. They can still utilise it.
But you do need a fair bit of structure above the aquarium for them to utilise. You're not just going to put a lid in the tank and have that little section for them.
No. You're definitely going to have ledges for them and things like places to hide, things like that.
So you'd want almost a decent enclosure above as well.
And we are going to go into that. I've got some footage from Gab of a paludarium as well as what I'm doing outside with my Saratoga tank. We're going to go through all that stuff later. But I think the biggest issue with these guys would be their sanitary.
Definitely.
Pretty much what I was touching on.
I'm trying to find a nice way of saying it. What is
I've got half a dozen living here, but they're not in enclosures. They hang around the ponds, and I think they got lumps in them. I think there's parasites in the frogs they eat.
Always,
They get these little lumps on them, the wild ones, and often I walk in between ponds and they scurry out of the way. So I think
we get them down here too. They're covered in parasites, a lot of them.
Worms.
So is this a snake that's going to do a filthy shit, crawl through it, and smear it over the front glass doors?
Yes, it is.
Like mud skippers do that.
Yes.
They get out easily too. They'd be good escape artists, no doubt.
So I was fishing for that, but I think that might, although I think that's possibly the most attractive snake we've got on option, I think we've got to keep on going.
Okay.
Even though Andrew wants to keep the green tree snake in the.
I do. I've kept them before, and I found them fantastic snakes. But yeah, it's a little bit more work.
Andrew, what's this?
Oh, you could have a little keelback.
Yep.
Keelback. Yes.
They're fish thieves. Yeah.
Yes.
They really good fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got 3 in one of my ponds there recently.
Oh, beautiful. I mean,
I took them away and put them in another place.
Nice. I usually find a lot of people love keelbacks and support the keelback because they say they can eat cane toads. The only issue is we just need keelbacks to grow 2 meters long. We'd be much better off.
Yeah.
they don't get to eat the big cane toads that we really need to eradicate.
So
I kept them for about 5 years, and I exclusively fed them on small cane toads, and
That's awesome.
And they were great. They went well, but what can I say? You didn't see much of them as a display. They kind of like to chill and hide in the shadows.
all right. Would you say that they're one of the more aquatic snakes that we're on our list tonight?
They spend a lot of time in the water here, in my water, my ponds, eating my fish.
Yeah. They will hunt your fish, like your fish size. You'd have to be careful. I always look at a snake's head, or any animal's head really, and go, what can it predate? Well, if the prey's head is the same or smaller, then it's going to be convenient.
I've always said that with a lot of people keeping pet reptiles.
Yeah.
It's always been that situation where I've always said if it could fit in a cage mate's mouth, that's where it'll probably end up.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I've had horrific stories where people have got a baby blue-tongued lizard and a baby water dragon, and not till that blue tongue gets that little bit bigger, then their little water dragon disappears. Things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So although this is a small snake, it's very aquatic. It is going to be highly predatory and a little bit limiting for the display in that sense. Because we've got to remember, this is a display that is complementary between reptile and fish and plants. We don't want to lean one way or the other, which is what tends to happen usually, isn't it?
Yes.
Size-wise, they don't trample your plants as much because they are smaller, but they will do a little bit of spray painting, but nowhere near as bad as water pythons or common tree snakes.
Yes.
Well, should we see if there's a better option still?
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love the way Andrew's playing the game now. He knows the game. Dave?
I'd actually forgotten about it until I saw it.
Seriously? After our conversation?
Seriously, after our conversation on the phone this afternoon, I'd seriously forgotten about it until I saw that.
All right. Dave, what are we talking about?
An Arophirophile snake, and I've caught a lot of these over the years for various zoos and institutions, and still catching them for people that want to keep them down south. And they're really easy to keep. You don't need any land. They're fully aquatic, and they do come out of the water, but they're pretty useless on land. They're baggy skinned, and they grab fish and get them down their throat pretty quick when they're feeding. And easy to keep, but you've got to watch your water quality. Keep the pH higher and the alkalinity and hardness little bit up, and you'll have less trouble with fungal. You get a little grey fungus if your water gets acid, and once they get it, it's a bit hard to get rid of. But we used to keep them with a good trickle filter, and I put a lot of big fish in with them, and we fed them on whiting. So, yeah.
All right.
I think the biggest problem with the fungus is not having enough air movement above the top. So you need to ensure you've got very good ventilated lids, no glass lids ever.
Okay. Well, we can go in. We are going to go into that later on. So everybody out there, this is our chosen aquatic snake for the evening. And the basis of it is that it is fully aquatic, so you don't need any land above. And although it is a an obligate fish eater, am I right in saying that we can tailor the size of the fish in the display so that they won't become a target?
Absolutely.
Bigger, faster fish like larger mullet and tarpon stay out of their way. But if you put the big, slow, like a sleepy cod or a mouth almighty, they love those. Yeah.
Things like gudgeons get smashed.
I've got a little bit of a sideline thought, which will come later in regards to how we're going to get around that topic. But for now, we're going to settle on the file snake.
Beautiful.
Now, am I right in saying that there are some? Are they PNG ones as well?
There's another species in the mangroves up here. I forget the name of it, and
I think they call it small file snake,
and they call it the little file snake.
Little file snake.
Yeah, the little file snake. Yeah.
And a lot of the things here in the Northern Territory and North Queensland, the Gulf country, the Gulf of Carpentaria used to be a big lake, and it emptied out near the Aru Islands on the Bird's Head Peninsula there, just below the Bird's Head Peninsula, went past Elko Island here, the river, and a lot of the fish, and I expect reptiles, are common to the Southern New Guinea and Northern Australian rivers, are very similar species or the same species. And there's a rumor out there of a 4-foot long soft-shelled turtle in the Gulf country that we haven't found yet. So there's a challenge for any reptile explorers.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I've got a comment here which I think requires attention because I think it's pretty classic. From Senor Ding Dong. Oh, hang on, Gabs, I've done it again. The file snake description sounds like me, to be honest, aquatic and useless on land. But Ursay wants to know, are they a live bearer or an egg layer?
Live bearers.
Yeah. There'd be no possibility of them egg laying because they'd have to be quite capable on land, and they're not.
No, they're not. They're like a wet rag with like a wet sock with another snake inside it.
They do burnouts in their own skin.
Yeah.
Mate, I've got to say, Andrew, back in the day, this is 30 years ago, I remember seeing one of these or these in your adjacent to your kitchen, I think. And,
I did back then, yeah. And then they got moved down to the snake shed.
Blown away by this snake. It was like absolutely awesome. All right, so for everybody out there, we've fine-tuned our lizard choice to the water skink group, genus, Eulamprus. We've also fine-tuned our snake to a fully aquatic file snake. We're going to run through the most obvious group, which are turtles. And although I think everyone thinks, oh, that's just going to be, they're all going to be the same, I think there are some fine differences which might make our choices actually a bit more important for the long run of the display. So let me get the turtle slideshow up. Thank you. My wife, that is, oh shit. My wife is Andrew, that's how you do it, buddy.
Oh, you've done well. I've just got a couple sitting here instead. So I'll try sending a text up to the house, but I don't think it's going to work. So if I have to do a run, I might have to do that.
You're more than welcome to pop up. I told you, mate, it's going to be a big night. It's going to be a big night.
Oh, mate, I'm entrenched now.
All right. So, by the way, thank you, babe. By the way, if anybody sees my snake move, can you please tell me? There was a mention back before about how a green tree python or a green boa would be lovely above this kind of display. But I come back to the criteria. We really want to have a animal which is interactive with the water body. So
also utilize it. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives that kind of aesthetic of what we're doing when we're looking at a creek bank somewhere and we can see the animals interacting together. So these are the turtles. We're going to go through the turtles and find the best option for us tonight. And what have we got here? Gab, what have we got?
That's an expanser, or broad-shelled river turtle. Its carapace length will get to about 50 centimetres eventually, so it's probably not one that you'd want to keep indoors long term.
Is it?
They are fish eaters too.
Sorry, Gab. Would it be possible to keep it in let's say a 10 by 3 by 2 water body, or is that still too small?
No, look, it would be okay, but it's going to smash all your fish too. Being a long neck, they're basically again obligate fish specialists, so they're going to smash any fish that can fit down that neck. And if you look at that neck, it's pretty impressive. When they strike, you're looking at about a litre of water goes down there.
Wow. They're impressive because I know my big expanser. I will feed it adult rats.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I do. I actually feed. I got a big adult expanser and I feed it adult rats.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They are.
Do they calm down like an eastern longneck, or are they still?
Oh yeah.
Yes, they do.
Hang on. Dave, I'm just gonna mute the background a little bit.
Dave's got the work happening.
Because Robin's going to put you to work pretty soon. But don't worry, Dave, because when the question comes your way, I'll unmute you, okay? All right. So that brings me to something which is completely not up Dave's alley, and that is the eastern longneck turtle. I think this is the best pet turtle. Why isn't this
would be, because Dave used to live down this way.
Mm.
It's the best pet turtle. It's curious. It's calm.
Amazing.
It
loves hunting fish.
Yes, it does. And it's sort of like one of those turtles I find. You think they're so cute, they're so harmless, but you find even if the fish is a little bit big for them to grab in one go, they'll torture it by grabbing its fins and tail fin and slow it up until they actually get to annihilate it.
Or they'll get it stuck in their throat, which I have actually had to.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh no.
Yeah. But I do think from experience with these guys, it does depend upon enclosure size, and that comes down to a comment somewhere here from. We've got a lot of comments here. Senor Ding Dong. Australian Aquarius, what size setup are we aiming at in the scenario? So like for these guys here, I recall being a high school kid and having 3 quite small eastern long necks. They'd be, Dave, you're unmuted by the way. I know you're muted again. Did you mute yourself, Dave?
Yeah, there was a bit of noise going on here, so I turned the noise off.
Okay, Dave.
I used to keep eastern long necks when I was a child in the 60s in Queanbeyan, and caught them out of the Queanbeyan River, and yeah, they were quite easy to keep in a big bathtub out in the backyard, and fed them fish. Carp I caught in the same place, so I had a little bit of experience with them, and I don't think they would go well with a tank full of rainbow fish. I think they'd clean them all up pretty quick. Well,
in my experience, they can, but there's a big but. So like back in the day, I was going to say I had 3 little ones about that big, and they were in a 4-foot tank with a bit of a dock and the platform and all the rest of it. And I wanted a fish to make the scene, complete. Went to the aquarium store and came home with what I think from memory now might be a Geophagus cichlid. And it was bigger than the length of the turtles. And I came home from school and there was just a backbone on the sand, nothing else.
Oh, wow.
But I've kept, I do have one of these currently in with tiny gudgeons and blue eyes and rainbows, and I've had them also outside, but that's in a 4,000 litre tank. So I think tank size becomes very important with these guys, and that might be, I don't know, I'm sensing they might be a little bit problematic, or let's say unpredictable for a lounge room situation. Would that be cool, Andrew, to say that?
Pretty much, yeah, because I find sometimes the long necks could be like an ambush predator, where with that long neck, they can strike out like a snake to get their prey. They don't actively have to chase it down all the time.
Yeah.
So it could be something that they could buy their time and until they finally get to a position they work out that little fish is just going to keep coming past this one little rock or behind this little log, and they will be in a position that they will finally grab it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the answer to this one, Senor Ding Dong, is, sorry, Gabs, the enclosure size we're aiming for is not to exceed what we consider to be a sensible lounge room display, which is about a 3 meter or a 10-foot display with about a 3-foot front to back. And of course, you've got the depth of the water plus what's on top if need be. So that's a pretty big display. But obviously,
and I think you'd be pretty safe.
But obviously, we want to make it smaller if possible.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say we keep on moving down our list of turtles as soon as this slideshow progresses to a saw shell.
Yes.
Now, a lot of the short neck turtles, I feel, are kind of in the same category, and that would be your sawshell turtles, your Macquarie turtles. Not that you're going to get Marys or white throats, but I just feel like these guys are all in the same sort of category. Gabs, how do you feel? You're well up the alley of these kind of guys. How do you feel about these in our criteria?
I think they would work okay, but you're also looking at a short neck that does like to munch on vegetation. So if you were planning to have aquatic plants in your tank, it's not likely to work very well. As far as hunting fish, though, you'd be pretty right. Like, they're a bit slower in the hunting capabilities, but they will still chew up a large fish if they can catch it.
So, Gabs, you're saying that the lovely. Hey, Dave, you should have bloody sponsored this episode, mate. What am I doing this for?
I don't know. They look like plants.
All the lovely plants that are available on aquagreen.com.au would get munched up by said short-necked turtles?
We've got some very robust plants like hungawana, which could probably have elephants walking across it and they wouldn't hurt it. There is some very stiff Vallisnerias out now. The one from the Daintree River, Surrey Jacobs described it as Vallisneria erecta, and I tried to put it on our website as Viagra Val, but the web wouldn't let me use that word. So there is plants that you can use to put with turtles that maybe they munch on it. We Greg Miles keeps pig nose, and we put Vallisneria in there, and they chew it every now and again. So
mine mows it down. Put in a tray of Val and it will mow it down over a span of a couple of weeks, and then I just take the tray out and bring another one in.
Okay.
Do you guys find, though, like I had 3 of these guys, the Macquarie short necks, in my outdoor 12-foot, 4-foot, 3-foot aquarium / whatever you want to call it, and they didn't make a dent in the Val. And I feel like they become lazy, waiting for food and pellets and prawns and stuff, rather than going and grazing themselves.
If you keep anything well fed with other food sources, it's less likely to graze, if you like. But like the other thing too is if you establish your aquatic plants for a long time first before you introduce the turtles, you'll have more success with some of the plants surviving.
Now, I honestly thought that the Maclay, I think this is a baby Maclay, at least that's what Google says. I'm not an expert. Anyway.
It looks consistent, but it's hard to know with so many other options that look similar.
Yeah. So I would have thought that the Maclay, which I think these days is a separate species or a subspecies of Macquarie.
That's one to you, Andrew.
I always still say subspecies of Macquarie.
Yeah. So for everybody out there, the Macquarie, Macquarie turtle species was, I guess, was re-identified as all these different subspecies on the East Coast according to their drainage system they come from. And the Maclay is known for being a particularly smaller growing species, which I thought, and I presented behind the scenes to Andrew, Dave and Gabs as being the best pet turtle for this scenario. But the answer was no. There is a better pet turtle, Gabrielle. Why is there a better pet turtle, and what is it?
Well, I do think
is it this
turtles.
one?
Oh no! Okay,
they're pretty good though. I did enjoy keeping them.
They are great. They are great. Awesome. pig nose do get large again, so your 10 by 3 or whatever the dimensions were would be okay for 1 or 2. That's Frankie Boomerang. He's my pig nose. That's looking lengthways into an 8 by 3 foot tank. And his tank mates were nervous about me. They weren't nervous about him. But there's a bit of a story about him later. He's about 15 years old now and about 23 centimetres carapace length. Bred by Greg Miles back in the day.
So did I send that to you? I used to send Greg's turtles all around the country.
Maybe to my friend who I ended up getting him and his mate off. So I think she got them from Greg, maybe via you, yeah.
So, Gab, I would have thought a bit like the fire snake. This turtle does not need to come to land except for the lay, which it's not going to worry about that.
Yeah, never. And you can manage that with oxytocin. Yeah.
So I would have thought that this would be the ideal turtle in this scenario, but why is there a couple of caveats that would mean that it's not our final choice?
One of them is that it does get to a larger size. But having like an interesting thing about them though is that they don't really have a UV requirement in captivity. I haven't provided any UV supplementation for Frankie there, and he's fine. And when you do actually supplement their UV, they get like pustules on their skin. I don't know how to describe it, but they get like acne.
They get sunburn.
Yeah, well, it could be a sunburn, yeah, but it's just weird. Like even if they're in quite deep water, it still presents as like pustules, and their shell is and their bone density is perfect without UV supplementation.
Do you think that's because they're occurring in somewhat turbid waters in North Australia and New Guinea where they just don't have to come out and bask?
The water in the Northern Territory habitat in the Daly Rivers crystal clear nearly all year round.
Yeah.
And in the cooler months when the water drops to about 22 degrees, there's vast numbers of these sitting on the warm springs that bubble up through the bottom of the river.
True.
Also, I think their shell, I've asked the turtle researchers to check, they rarely come to the top for a breath. And I suspect that they get oxygen, not like the other cloacal breathers, but actually through their shell. There's when we had an accident at the wildlife park with gas bubble trauma. There was an air leak on the intake side of a pump, and it put supersaturated air into nitrogen and oxygen into the water, and the fish breathe it and they get bubbles in their flesh and die, and the turtles got bubbles in their shell and died. So I was naughty there for a while for killing a couple of pig-nosed turtles with a faulty pump. So that was hardware disease, we call that. Yeah.
There is one other caveat. One other problem with pig nose is that although they're in the hobby and they're available, and I've seen them advertised on Facebook on Monster Fish Keepers Australia, if you were going to do it properly, they are a level 3 or a category 3 animal, which is an advanced animal. And that varies in state in how hard it is to get that permit. I believe in Queensland you can up for it straight away, whereas in New South Wales you've got to go level 1 before you can upgrade to an advanced level. So it does make things a little bit more complicated. And do they get fungal infections at all?
I've seen when the water quality deteriorates, they can get a little fungal infections on them, but you dry dock them and dab a bit of betadine on it. It seems to go away pretty quick. So
you do have to be careful with dry docking regimes with them too, though, because they do get pressure sores very quickly because they've got skin rather than keratinized scutes.
We used to get a couple of Hessian bags and keep the bags wet and then just bring them out and didn't leave them out of the water for very long, not till they dried out too much, and then check the water quality in their enclosure, and it was generally the water changes hadn't been done and checked, and once we got the water back okay again, everything was fine. So I just realised Andrew's fancy background. Look at that.
That's lovely. That's just It's just the bit of banner that's hanging up as a divider in this office section here.
Oh man, I thought it was your bed sheet. You had to make the bed before you went to bed tonight.
No, I've got like a vinyl partition which covers up the back of all the cages that are behind it with all the wiring and stuff. So
Mate, that's what everyone wants to see.
I know, but you only get to see the back of the cages and the wires.
Mate, this was an opportunity for you to put your banner across there with your bloody business
probably
logo.
would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely would have been. All right, so hang on.
I'll tell you one more caveat about Frankie Pignose turtles.
Yep.
Every fish in that tank he killed.
Oh, he did.
He eventually, so it was over the span of a week, and I had a brim that I'd grown up to like 23, 24 centimetres, and those monos got up to about 22, 24 centimetres as well. And I went away over Christmas, and I had a house sitter looking after them. I don't believe that they actually fed the turtle, and he just decided in the span of 1 week he killed the 4 monos, the brim, and started taking out. I also had checkered rainbows in there at that point, and he systematically took them out as well whilst I was away.
How did he
fed himself?
How did he catch the monos? They're so far. Oh, night.
Night. Yeah,
Had to have
nighttime.
been at night time.
They sit in the corner and hover.
Literally in 7 days he destroyed every fish, and the fish were bigger than him.
And Gabs, as a display animal, I'm just going to share the screen to our live stream sponsor, Aquagreen. How would they go if they were like combined with indigenous plants from Northern Australia?
Again, like any plants that you want to establish in a tank with turtles, I highly recommend that they're established for several months beforehand, like even a year. Grow the tank in. My painted turtles are in a tank outside. It's sort of managed more like a pond, and there's still plenty of ribbon weed in there. But there's enough ribbon weed, I suppose, in the 6x2x2 that when they try to graze it and when they chew on it, there's still enough coming through. But yeah, if you have a young tank and you try to introduce turtles, they will absolutely rip out every plant that you try to incorporate.
So people buy Balasnaria from me for their pig-nosed turtles, and they put in the tank, and the turtles eat it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's one of their main dietary requirements. They eat there's large Balasnaria beds in the Daly River, and the turtles graze on them.
Yeah. Right. Sorry, Dave. I wasn't laughing at Dave. I was laughing at my incompetence with technology.
Okay.
Go, Gabs. Go.
I was just going to say quickly, I have a system with Frankie that I have the standard propagation trays out in an IBC pond growing val, and I wait till the val takes sort of the entire floor area or surface area of the tray, and then I will drop that into Frankie's tank, and he'll graze that over the span of a week or two, and pretty much shaves it off at the root line, and then I remove that, and a couple months later I'll put another one in. So that's the only aquatic vegetation he gets access to now.
Greg Miles does the same thing with those sword plants. He grows trays of sword plants out of the water because they're easy to grow, and then when they're 50 centimetres high, he drops the whole tray in there, and it gets munched off by the pig-nosed turtles.
Yeah. I put a 50 by 50 plastic trellis over the top just to stop them from getting right into the roots and smashing all of that.
So guys, you say that although this turtle makes sense in a way because it's a truly aquatic turtle, it doesn't need a basking log. It may not need UV light. It needs to be kept warm, but it's basically utilizing the aquarium like a fish would.
Definitely.
The downside is it's highly destructive.
Yeah, it is tropical, definitely. Like I wouldn't keep them any less than about 24 degrees C. So you want to make sure that you have plenty of good heating. I use a heat exchanger actually here. So I have heat coming in from outside during the day, solar.
All right, I've got a couple of questions, and we're going to move on to our final choice of turtles for the night. One is from Mace Gabs. I'm sorry, you're going to disappear again.
That's okay.
Mason asked, "Could you cohab a file snake?" And Mason, we're talking about fish and reptiles, not reptiles and reptiles. Can you cohab a file snake and a pig-nosed turtle?
I'm planning to give it a go once I've finished my travels, but and I think I can see how there's ways you could make it feasible. One of them that I would do would be use some barriers to allow the fire snake to get out of the way of the turtle. So have an area where the snake can just be away from the little schnozzle of a pig nose that might want to have a nibble on him.
So, Gabs, are you saying that, to me, that pig nose there looks like it's a cartoon character, like it's just a bundle of joy? But are you saying
and they're not a bundle of joy?
I'm saying that they can be ectocidal maniacs if they choose to be.
So are they aggressive or just dumb like teenagers?
I think it's more just that they're kind of curious. So, like, if a fire snake's tail was sticking out of under a log or something, it might go, "Oh, what's this?" and have a little chew, to work out what's going on. And the fire snake will take off like a rocket and be very upset. So, like, you need to have physical barriers, is what I'm trying to say, to stop the turtle from being able to get to the fire snake and give it a refuge away from the turtle. But I mean, in general, like, if the snake's active and swimming around in the tank, it will swim around and over and, under a pig nose and have no issues. It's really just when they're resting and they need to be able to have a refuge away.
So what we're relying upon, though, is the intelligence of a fire snake here.
Yeah, well, they're not the smartest or the sharpest, and I think pig nose probably are relatively intelligent, but still. You look at him, he's pretty derpy.
All right, Gab, so lost you again, but it says here from David Smith, "To me, as someone who has no idea about pig noses, I assume they are not suited to normal captivity in a house. Does that seem right?"
If it's a 10 by 3 foot tank, they would go fine. They would be fine.
Okay.
So it depends how big your house is and the aquarium,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to have aquariums in my house.
Oh, no.
They break.
Well, that's a fair. If it's happened before, that's a fair call.
Dave, you're the bloody unofficial sponsor of tonight's live stream. You can't say that.
They're all outside.
Gabs, you're going to disappear again. I don't know why. We should put Dave at the bottom. I don't know. Can I? Oh, hang on. Hey! All right.
Oh, Dave, that's terrible.
Hi, Dave. Mason asks, "Are we counting subglobosa in the short neck criteria here?" And the answer to that question is, Mason, we are not counting them in general short necks. We are putting them on a separate category because these guys are our chosen turtle for tonight.
Indeed,
and they are, and they're cute as. They're a great looking turtle.
They're exceptional turtles. They're really great. What do you got on your schnozzle there, mate? Bit of fluff. So this is about a 5-year-old. He's got a little bit of he needs to shed, but he's kept outside year round except for this year, winter. He's had a couple of his fingers chewed by the other turtles, so he's in dry dock at the moment.
So, Gabs, these guys sort of weren't real back in the Australian Herp Society and the Australian Museum days. These guys weren't really a thought for me, but they somehow came on the scene. I don't know, a decade or two later, and they came on as the most colourful Australian turtle.
They are, for sure. Yeah. Look, I think the availability was because they were zoo industry only for many, many decades. But Some of the guys, like some of the parks, Currumbin was one of them. Sorry, not Currumbin. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But some of the zoos actually offered them up for private collection with licensing. So they got into they were able to get them into the private sector, and they are quite common.
And I mean, obviously, this reminds me of what I said about the green tree snake. It looks like it would be the best display turtle for an indoor paludarium setup, simply because of that coloration as it's swimming around. Can you give us a rundown on the coloration through its life cycle, through its life stages?
They pretty much look like this from the day that they hatch, except they're blacker. And to like adulthood, like you can see, this is not a small turtle. It's probably about 18 or 16 centimeters, maybe, carapace length. But I think one of the benefits of keeping them is that they're tropical. So, like, you can have all your tropical, beautiful native fish in there. And they don't grow very big. They get to about 23 centimeters carapace length. So they're not a huge turtle. So that's another reason why they do work well.
So how do you compare that to the other two most common aquarium turtles, the most common other two trade turtles, the eastern longneck and the Macquarie, in terms of size?
Well, Macquaries can get quite large, over 30 centimetres. So you want a large tank. So your Macquarie eye from South Australia is considered a large turtle, really. But yeah, these guys, probably the second smallest as far as turtles go in Australia, and their availability is still pretty good. So
the second smallest.
Yeah, I think so. I can't think of many less than
probably
23.
Maclay will be the only one below, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Maclay's the only one that I can think of that's smaller in adulthood. Yeah.
There's a very small red face up in the King Edward River in Kimberley. We saw lots of them, and there was even that when the head gets large on the I think they're old females, they were still very small turtles, probably less than 20 centimetres.
Okay, well they would obviously be smaller than these. These to get to 23 centimetres. And
they were in with the sandstone longnecks. I think they called them Burrungangii in the end. I'm not sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
So guys, for those out there that are wanting to keep we call these a jardine or a painted or a subglobosa, whatever, doesn't matter. A category 3 permit, advanced permit.
In Queensland, they are an advanced permit, but my understanding is that you can keep 2 what they call restricted animals on a normal license, and then you have to apply for to be able to get more, like to get a specialist license.
Okay, all right. Comment here from Dingo Dave. If keeping fishes makes one an aquarist, what are you if you keep turtles?
An aquarist.
And it seems that Mason is desperate to cohab a fire snake with something. How about a painted or a subglobosa?
You get the same issues as you get with a pig nose. They're derpy and they'll bite first and ask questions later, which may or may not cause injury to your fire snake. I don't think there's a threat from the fire snake to the turtles, though. So
I think the answer tonight is, Mason, just wait until we find out what fish you can keep with your fire snake. All right, just going through the comments. Lovely. Okay, guys. So we've got with ourselves tonight. Andrew, what snake are we dealing with tonight?
Which one? What we choose?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'd say probably the keelback.
No! No! It's a file snake, Andrew.
I know. I was only ribbing you.
Hell.
No, all right. Yeah, it's going to be the file snake. I know. I just thought I'd throw that at you.
You're messing up on my plan.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to ask
It
Dave
worked,
the next
though, didn't it?
question. But I'm seriously curious, Dave, is Gab still upside down?
Yes.
Oh, really? I don't know how that is. She's not upside down for anyone. Is she upside down for anyone else out there that's watching as well, or is it just Dave?
Yeah. Boston Noz, we have talked about. Missed it, Boston Noz. Boston Noz, we have talked about water dragons, in particular the Eastern Water Dragon.
Yes,
which I can't believe they renamed it to, what is it, Intelligamma or some shit.
Intelligamma,
Why can't they leave stuff alone? Like, it's just
Physignathus was fine.
There's no other animals in that genus. What's the problem?
No, Physignathus was fine. Yeah.
I think wasn't there a Physignathus in Asia or something? I think that's what they changed it.
Yeah, it's Coccineus.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's Asia.
That can think of.
Yeah.
So, Boston Nos, although the Eastern War Dragons were absolutely beautiful as a stunning specimen, the males get to 1 meter. You probably don't want to have a girl or 2 girls and a boy, and they can be a bit not so handleable as a bearded dragon, for example. So we've taken it down a notch to a Eastern Water Skink. Dave, what? I just answered the question. What's our lizard tonight, Dave?
A water skink.
And Gab's our turtles.
I think we're going to go with the subglobosa, the painted turtles. Yeah.
That's it.
We absolutely
As
are.
case
All
study.
right.
Yeah.
Now we need to talk about enclosures in a general format before we get into specifics. So let me get rid of the turtle. Let me put on enclosures. And this, I believe, is a video from Gabs about a paludarium.
Yeah, that's a little palo. That tank.
Oh.
I had a purple spotted gudgeon in there for a while. It was a very small surface area, but water area. But the fish was only about 4 or 5 centimeters. It was a young one, but he seemed to go well in there. But I think with the amount of plants in that system, it kept it very stable.
Can I share my screen? Because when we're talking about enclosures, I think most people, is everybody seeing that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I think most people that think about a terrarium, paludarium, riparium, whatever you want to call it, think about something like this.
Correct.
And
yep.
am I right in saying that there is some limitations in terms of the aquatic area?
Way too small. Very difficult to keep small volumes of water in good quality.
Yes.
larger the amount of water, the more simple it is to maintain stable water conditions.
This is why you, in that situation, you would never ever have like a glass partition for your land. You would have the entire area full to the brim with water, so up to that lower vent area, and then you recirculate it around. Even though it may not all be visible, you just want to maximise your volume of water to keep your system stable.
So, and I guess the other, would you guys say that the other thing, Dave, I don't know if you want to mute the background, buddy.
Hang on. Yeah, they're talking back there. The dinner's coming.
I know, bloody Darwin, it's a noisy place, isn't it? I think Dave's smiling right now. He knows what I'm talking about. The other limitation, this is Exoterra, is that although that lower section down here is designed to hold water below the opening doors, they just don't generally come in a large size, do they?
They've started making what they call a paludarium tank, which has a deeper water volume. So it's like, I think, 20 centimetres of the bottom of the tank, which is really good. I haven't set one up yet, but I've got one out the back there to rig up shortly. But it would make...
What brand was that, Gabs?
That was Exoterra.
Okay, because Exoterra here, what do they call it?
They call it a paludarium. they sell it as a paludarium. So
Can you
I'm
see
going
what-
to say there was another brand that I won't say the brand, but it comes as a flat pack. And flat packs, if you want to use, like if you want to set up as a paludarium, don't bother, because as soon as you start to do anything like a waterfall or any water movement outside of that water zone area, they start to leak.
Right. Okay. Okay. So from what I could see, Gabs, on this Exoterra brand,
Yep.
I'm assuming I'm still sharing the screen.
Yes, you are.
The largest size was a 90 by, like a 3 foot by 2 foot.
Yeah, the largest one they do is 3 by 2 by 2, I think. Yeah.
We've got a 90 by 45 by 90, large, extra tall. So,
Okay.
like, to me, when you start talking about trying to buy one of these off the shelf, that might suit something like a green tree frog or a gecko that's living above the water, but it's not going to satisfy what we're talking about here, is it?
No, definitely not. No, like the fish that you would put in those things, you'd get away with blue eyes, cloud minnows or whatever they call whatever they're called. I've put betters and paradise fish in those sorts of systems, and they go okay.
Yeah. All right. So once we get past the fact that we can't maybe buy this off the shelf, we start to think about aquariums. And this is the Cade, not sponsored, but can be.
I love it.
Andrew, do you see that? That was
Yeah.
schmick. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, nice, mate. Andrew, have you noticed the Frenzy fish feeds in the top corner?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, good sponsor. Cade. This is the Cade River Aquarium. This is their 6 foot aquarium. So I'm thinking that this kind of setup as a basic aquarium will be perfectly fine for a fully aquatic snake or a fully aquatic snake.
Yeah, it would be.
No, but okay, if you've got some immersion
Maclay's water snake. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Maclay's.
you love that,
I
you
did
know
used
you.
to keep Maclay's, yes.
But if you've got some emergent timber that a subglobosa could bask on, would this be suitable, Gabs?
Yeah, look, I don't know about the light system, but I would certainly I would put so there's no braces on there either. So I would want to put some kind of enclosure on the top, maybe 150 to 300 high above the top of the glass, and then you can fill the aquarium maximum. So you're maximizing the area, the swimming area that the turtles have. You don't need much for them to climb out, but you've obviously got to worry about if they can launch themselves off their log out of the tank and onto the floor. You don't want that to happen. So
okay, so
you need an enclosure.
That's interesting because I remember visiting a friend, Lawson, up in the Sunshine Coast. We were talking about the distance that driftwood needs to be away from the edge of the pond for turtles to get their neck across to get out.
Yep.
So my first thought, this is a 6 by 2 by 2, and I was thinking, okay, you can put a piece of timber up the middle, and it would be 30 centimeters, or let's say 20 centimeters away from the edge, under UV, under light, where it can bask and won't be able to get out. Is that the case, or could a subglobosa make that distance?
Well, what are you talking for your water line? Because obviously you're talking about having your water down low, like maybe 150 top of the tank at the top. Well, the subglobosa will, if you've got your water brimming at the top of that tank, a subglobosa would be able to climb over the lip of the glass and haul itself out.
All right. So how far down from the top of the rim do we have to go? Do you notice the way, Andrew, how I've got this strategically going down the pathway to answer the question to get the right? I love it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Gabs, how far down do you have to go? Dave gets it.
You'd want the water down from the edge of the tank 150, I'd say.
150. So that takes that. Yeah. That means
So you're
450 mil.
losing a lot of your tanks. That's why I would strongly recommend that people make an enclosure above the tank so you don't lose any of that water volume, because as we know, water volume maximizes your ability to stabilize your water chemistry, and turtles are messy. They do produce a lot of waste, so you want to maximize your water volume.
So a couple of things. We've got Senor Ding Dong comments. Sorry, Dave. Dollars, big time. And this is the reason why Adam and Cade's going to sponsor this for a file snake aquarium of mine. What's the going rate for that, though? That one there, I think, is about $4.5 grand.
Whoa. Yep. Not cheap.
Yeah. Not cheap. But we could go down the custom aquarium route, could we not, Gab? So let's say this is a 6 by 2 by 2.
Yeah.
If we went 6 by 2 by 3 high and brought the water level down by 150 or 200 mil for the timbers and whatnot.
Yeah, you could do that. A tank builder would do that. One of the things that I had to convince them of when I was getting custom tanks made is that I will never fill it above X level, and the way that we usually negotiated was to have an overflow. So because obviously if you use a thinner glass and you have a taller tank that you're never intending to fill with water, but you put your hose on and you forget, you're going to blow your tank up if it's made.
You probably have to go up to over 15 mil if you go up that extra little bit.
Exactly.
So normally they're about 12 mil glass, those ones, and then
Well, see, this tank here without bracing is 19 mil glass.
Yeah. So you would want to ensure that you had an overflow or something that you can't ever overfill the tank by accident.
All right.
To get away with a thinner glass.
So for a fully aquatic animal such as our file snake, this is perfect.
Yeah, and also make sure if you've got things like file snakes that seem to be fully aquatic, they will still climb out of the top of the enclosure if possible.
Yep.
Oh, so do we need a screen here?
You still need something to stop, yes.
Always.
Yeah, a file snake will still climb out the top if it has the opportunity to.
100%.
That's a territory.
But the funny thing is, I actually had that happen, and you don't have to look far. It's like a wet rag about a metre away from the enclosure.
The one at the Territory Wildlife Park went about 30 metres and turned up in a bigger exhibit with more fish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he went upstairs as well. So unless someone did it as a joke.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I hope that didn't happen.
No, I think the furthest I ever had one get out once, and it probably ended up, say, probably 4 metres away. And it was just hunched up in the dust, covered in spider webs under a bench, just looked like a wet rag curled up there. But it wasn't wet, it was dried up by then. Yeah, like a old dry chamois.
I would be concerned about them getting internal injuries from falling that height as well. So because they're a heavy-bodied snake that is not used to gravity, basically, they're
not designed for it.
They would get internal damage, I would imagine, from a fall like that.
So what we're saying is, when we set up our file snake aquarium, we can have no screen top lid, but have cushions all around the base,
around the bottom of the tank.
Oh, sure,
and it may or may not land out there on a semi-regular basis, but we will find it and put it back in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put a little
just have screen lids
outside. If you got a little cat's net around the outside, they'll get tangled up and stay there anyway.
Right, gotcha. All right. So that does bring us to the next kind. So we've got the pre-made terrarium, paludarium, riparium, whatever, Exoterra, reptile one, whatever you want to call it, which is very limiting in terms of water body. It's based around the reptile, not the fish. It brings us to the aquarium, which would suit a fully aquatic reptile such as a fire snake or a pig-nosed turtle. But if we want to go something down the avenue of a eastern water skink, we need some above water level action.
Yep.
Which brings us to this kind of situation. Now, I haven't gone too close to what's under the water because it's a fucking algae mess at the moment. But anyway, Andrew, this is my Saratoga sooty grunter
awesome.
rainbow setup, which I'm going to convert to include a couple of water dragons. It's 12 foot by 4 foot.
Wow,
The
I
water
love
body's
it.
only 2 foot deep, but the screens above it are about 5 foot high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been decking it out to try and get enough climbing area for dragons to climb around and also swim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll work good. Just if you're using dragons, just get more solid logs and it'll be fine.
I
And what
don't
if you
want solid logs though,
Yeah.
because there we go. There's our grunters and our toga.
Oh, there's a Saratoga. Nice.
So there's so Gabs.
Yeah.
We talked about building some. Oh, my wife's gone. We need more booze. And there's been plenty of comments about a liver out there. And yes, I am like an axolotl. My liver does regenerate.
Actually, I am out. I think I need to run up to the house.
Well, you got to hang a leak, don't you, mate? You're an old bastard's got to hang a leak.
I've got to get another drink.
I'm surprised. Dave's like a camel up there. He doesn't go to the toilet at all. And
No, I don't need to go to the toilet. I probably might once I went there. But I've got to get another drink down. I've run out of drinks down here.
The other thing about Dave is his expression doesn't change. I don't know if he's going to even hear this on
I'm eating dinner. I'm eating dinner at the moment.
I'm going to be back
carefully.
in. I'm going to be back in 1 sec.
All right, you do that. I'm going
Okay.
to gesticulate to my wife.
That's the international sign of distress you're doing there, Adam.
Is it?
I don't know.
Oh, no, she's such a good wife. I love my wife. She's fantastic. Jane. Meanwhile, I'm yelling at her. Hang on. Hey, Dave, can you talk? Oh, no, Gabs, can you talk about what we talked about in regards to building enclosure on top of an aquarium? And there's some channels for sliding screen doors.
Yeah, that's exactly what I recommend as being an ideal situation for if you want to have a turtle tank, you fill your tank to the maximum that you can, and then just provide a smaller land area above. There's a lot of materials that you can use, and Adam's got a great bit of alley track there that has his sliding doors. The only thing, though, is that if a turtle can get purchased on that kind of screen, it will climb it and can potentially climb over it. So you would need to put another barrier at the top of the screens to stop them from being able to climb up to the top edge, unless you've got it also enclosed and then a lid on that as well. Glass versus screen.
Glass sliding doors, pros and cons.
Oh, well, glass is going to cut down ventilation, so I would always recommend screen because, like we've already said, animals that are dependent on breathing air are susceptible to fungi, and the fungi seem to be nipped in the bud by having good ventilation. And the best way to provide the ventilation is to have screened doors rather than glass. If you had glass, you would want to have some fans or like computer fans or something along those lines, helping to move the air around, because you'll also get condensation from the water. So you don't really want that either, because you won't be able to see in, so it'll be pointless.
Man, that's a boring view for the last half an hour, isn't it? There you go, screen.
Yeah, so screen doors definitely the go. But at the top of that, if you're going to put water dragons in there, Adam, I would put a plastic barrier at the top of the screen so they can't just climb up the screen and up over the top, unless you've got.
No, I'm going to put I've got hail netting, which is like a crop cover that goes over peach trees and whatnot.
I know
it's like bird netting, but it's got an extra fine filament through the middle. But it's very stretchy and black. So what I'm going to do is somewhere along the somewhere along the top of where those old fence up the top along there where the fence go. I'm going to put a bunch of screws and a bit of batten. I'm going to fix the bird netting back there, and then pull it taut towards the front aluminium section, pop some screws in, hook it over, and fasten the screws up.
Yeah, sounds like a goer. Yeah, for sure.
And I don't know about water dragons. I used to keep them outside, and they were never a problem. Outside, the lace mines used to hang upside down on the wire roof of their enclosure, like
They do.
bloody bastards.
Water
but
dragons do that too.
Oh, okay. I never had that. I never had that with the dragons. But I'm trying to figure out. So, guys out there, I think Gab's probably told you that you can have an aquarium and you can build something on top of it. You can have an extra large aquarium. They do make paludarium style where they have an extra tall back of glass, slopes down the side and across the front. You might be able to custom build it, and then you can have some screen doors. Gabs, you talked about ventilation, didn't you?
Yeah, touched on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the more ventilation, the better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that goes to plants and animals.
You look at so many of those custom Exoterra, Reptile One setups, and you just think they must be a humidity fungus trap in my mind.
They are definitely, but they do have that vent across the front, like under the doors, so they do get some cross ventilation compared to other tank designs. The Exoterras I've had the most success with plants and animals, sort of in a paludarium situation.
Okay, all right. But so if you're talking about a 6 foot, does it exist in commercial land? No, it
not
doesn't.
Exoterra. No, up to 3 foot wide. That's it.
So we're talking.
There was another brand, but they stopped importing. They decided to do flat packs, and I said, well, flat packs are useless to me because of how I set them up with moving water and whatnot, and they just leak. And I said, so they've done themselves out of a market, really.
Now, Andrew's getting excited here because he can see a turtle.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
So, funnily enough, this was a little basking spot for this eastern long-necked turtle. We're going to talk about heating and lighting and UV now, because pretty much every diurnal reptile is going to require all of the above. The light that's inside this fixture is a mercury vapor lamp, which allows heat, light, as well as UV radiation. Although I must admit, I'm very disappointed. There's an 80 watt mercury vapor under there. I bought a 160 watt one as well, and it always turns off this Repti one fixture. I think it's getting too hot, and it turns it off.
The thermostat, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you notice that with every one of those sort of lights anyway. If you go and turn it off to do something, it won't turn straight back on. You've got to wait for it to warm up to go back on again.
The mercury vapors can't turn straight back on. And
you find that heat is what they might be doing that. Yeah.
So up here, I've got this old. Well, it's a branch, pretty solid. It's about as thick as your thigh. Now that's just a high bay LED. It doesn't provide a tiny bit of light, heat. It's just light, really. But that's the natural basking spot for a water dragon that's going to dive into the water. So that really should be replaced by a 275 watt mercury vapor or even a metal halide.
One thing I'd recommend is when it comes to water dragons, one bonus we do have is they are a lizard that can tolerate colder conditions. They're not like a bearded dragon or a monitor that needs a lot of extra heat really for basking. They're actually a species of lizard that can tolerate cooler climates more so than some of these other lizards kept in captivity.
All right. So what I was thinking, I gather that because they go all the way down the east coast, but they also go all the way out to Queensland too. So I've got 3 of these LED high bays, one down here. Excuse the mess down below, down there. I
love it. I love it.
It looks natural.
I put a video about how my mullet ate my plants, which I got wrong because it was my barred grunters that ate my plants.
Oh, right.
And then without plants, I ended up with algae. Go figure that, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Dave. He's smirking away at my plant growing ability. That was beautiful back in the day, Dave. Anyway, forget that.
Do we have photos of that back in the day?
Mate, they've got fucking videos all over YouTube.
Yeah, you need to check it out, Andrew. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Mate, this tank used to be a saltwater tank back in the day.
Wow.
So I've got 3 of these LED high bays going progressively higher to illuminate the plants, primarily. But the second one, which is that one, I feel like needs to be a basking spot for UV.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yep.
I would say use your 6500 Kelvin panel lights if you can for your plants, which are pretty easy, cheap and easy to run.
Yeah.
And they're cheap to run also. But I would get a combo of a, what do you call it, like an incandescent floodlight and a mercury vapor side by side over the same basking area. So you've got to make sure that your mercury vapor isn't too close to the basking spot, because the UV that they put out, they do put out some UVC, which can be dangerous, and they have a minimum, they have a minimum that they want you to put it, which I think is like 60 centimeters, but it doesn't give off enough heat. But your floodlight, your incandescent flood, will put out enough heat. So if you got them side by side, it will want to sit in that spot, and it will benefit from the UV from the mercury vapor.
So you mean like the 150 watt outdoor old style floodlight?
Yeah.
That would be a dual thing on the side of your shed?
Yeah. Something along those lines.
So that's your kind of, that's like your light cue and then your heat, and then you go throwing the mercury vapor slightly higher to provide the UV.
Correct. Yeah.
Because one thing I was thinking about, if I go back to the start, see how I've strategically disguised that side of the aquarium there, which has got the egg crate under it. Andrew, there's about a foot gap between the aquarium and the back wall, the shed.
Okay. Yeah.
So I put egg crate on a slope in case the Saratoga would jump out and would roll back in the aquarium.
Oh, right. Okay.
I know, it's fucking genius, mate.
It is genius. I love it.
So
never underestimate the inventive ways that fish will kill themselves.
absolutely.
Oh, exactly.
And then see this cracking piece of timber there?
That looks great.
I was going illegally bush picking some Restio for the flower markets. Don't tell anybody. And and I found this. It was a rotted out tree, and it left this outside shell of the timber, and it has a curve. So I brought it back. I put it on there. It touches the water, as you can see just down there.
Beautiful.
And the dragon can climb out, and he can also go underneath it to go to bed at night time. So I thought this was a natural spot for UV basking. But the thing that I'm not sure about, because I'm going to face it, I've never kept dragons and goannas inside. I always kept them outside.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was the best way to keep them.
Yeah.
But so this is really out of the box for me. And so what I don't know is that, see that branch up high, which is underneath the second LED, is it going to want to gravitate up there to go and bask? And should I put the UV there? Should I put the UV down on that sort of whole log down there? Like, what do you think I should do?
Especially being a dragon, they will love to get in high places.
Water dragon.
Yes. Yeah, being a water dragon, they will love to climb up to the highest points.
So do you reckon that if I put UV down the bottom on that large log area, that it would be wasted?
No, it might use it if it's cold, but generally if it's going to feel comfortable, they will perch up on that nice high spot.
Right. Okay. Dave, any thoughts?
Not really. I'm not very experienced with water dragons and their preferential basking size. What is that thick green plant there? Looks
Look at you going to the plants. That's Crinum
looks
pedunculatum.
like hungwana. Is that hungwana?
Crinum pedunculatum.
Okay.
Swamp lily.
Good.
It's in the process of see how it's divided in the middle?
Yeah.
So it's going to flower soon. There.
Nice.
Yeah.
But
There's
I
another really big, strong, thick reed up here for this way called hungwana, and you just throw it on the water, and eventually it turns around and grows up and makes itself into a mat, and very good for taking up nutrients. So
yeah, okay. Well, I can confirm that the crinum is good. It's got a massive root system. It's choked out everything else.
no, that's good. And there's another couple of plants you could put in there. The floating plant or the free swimming plant called hornwort will help you with your algae problem. Hornwort and Vallisneria produce an allelopathic, it's a big word, I had to look it up in the dictionary, an allelopathic compound that inhibits the production of chlorophyll in other water plants. So
all right,
you can
Dave,
get germ warfare on your plants.
As live stream sponsor, are you going to send me down some?
I can do that.
All right, so that's where I'm at. By the way, that black rectangular shape just there is a Chihiros plant LED, and I'm not sure if I should stick another one way up in the air to illuminate the Lamandra that's in the back there. They're still settling in. Their roots haven't even grown in yet, so I think there's a bit of way to go yet.
It looks like there's good light there. The other thing you could do is suspend one of those over that log with the T5 Arcadia were the best UVB producing fluorescent tubes you could get.
I think Gabs, that brings us to our turtle basking situation such as this.
Yeah.
In our lounge room. You know, back in the day, we'd have our T5 linear UV globe, and we'd have a heat globe, and then we'd have a light globe, and it was it was a science experiment above the tank.
It was, but it worked.
It worked, but is there a way, like if we use mercury vapor as well as normal aquarium lighting, such as Chihiros, Lead Star, Weak Aqua, whatever, Kessel, and then we throw in some mercury vapor for UV, could that become, or there's also, hang on, I'm going to share screen. Where is it? Dave, this is riveting stuff for a Sunday night, mate. Share screen. Aqua green. Of course I'm going to do aqua green, but guess what I'm going to do next? I'm going to get rid of it. Trigger. No, that's still aqua green. You're very tenacious, aren't you, Dave? You just want to stick.
I'm not doing any of that. That's all you.
All right, this is what I'm talking about. This kind of thing. So this is an LED grow bulb. There's a 15-watt version. This is a 30-watt version. To me, I think 30 watts a bit weak. Anyway, they're designed to be. They're an Edison screw. They're like an E27, what it's called. So they can screw into most decorative indoor light fixtures, and they are aimed at growing indoor plants. AKA COVID, we're stuck inside. We want indoor greenery.
Yeah.
I think the LED light, the plants like the blue and red spectrum, LEDs are a bit short on the blue sometimes, and there's some lights that are going okay, but I have a lot of trouble understanding how to buy an LED light. Back in the good old days with the metal halides, you get something with a colour rendering index of over 95 and a colour temperature same as sunlight, around 6,500 degrees Kelvin, and you're going okay. But now with all this LED stuff, they've switched over to PARs, and I'm still coming to grips with that, photosynthetically active radiation, and it's. And you go and buy a PAR meter, and I haven't got one of those. But so it's confusing. There's a lot of commercial things coming out left, right, and centre, and they all claim to be super duper, but I don't think they are.
I think so. So PAR, photosynthetically active radiation, is really common in the coral or the reef tank industry, based on what depth the corals are found. I think in regards to plants, I think most people seriously underestimate the amount of light that plants require. Like seriously underrated.
100%.
Because most of that indoor lighting, such as Trigger, is based around what someone would call an indoor plant. There's no indoor plant, let's face it. So it's an understory plant which has got a canopy above it. But when you're talking about something like reeds or lamandra or retalia or luigi or pogostop, whatever the hell you're growing, Dave, nymphea, that's full sun. Full sun's 2,000 par.
I measured in the water, the light that hits the water surface as lux, and tropical, cough it up, tropical sunshine in the middle of the days. I think it was 110,000 lux, and with my 70% shade cloth, 40,000 lux, and I had 6,000 to 10,000 lux over the aquariums at the wildlife park, and we grew water lilies inside with that. But when I first went there, they just had a couple of incandescent bulbs, and they had very dark aquariums and plastic plants, and you couldn't see anything. So the boss said, we want to grow plants in there. So that was a learning curve of immense steepness, and put big 400 watt metal halides over the 7 metre wide aquarium, and finally got some plants to grow in there. And Hannah produced, way back in the early 90s, produced a carbon dioxide pH control system, and we used that and turned it up too much to start with and killed all the fish.
There's a really good Milwaukee pH control. Andrew's going,
oh, yeah, it is. 100%. That's all the stuff I've never been involved with.
so there's a really good Milwaukee, Dave. Look up Milwaukee pH controllers. I've got a few comments here. Senor Ding Dong, how can you not have a monitor in that setup, though? Mate, I think it's that. They're either too big or they're not available.
Size is everything there.
Well, size or not available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's an opening there for a reptile breeder in the Northern Territory to start up with Mitchells, and by the sound of it, and Bockadams.
For sure.
You know what irks
It
me?
actually used to be a common thing back in the, probably a couple of decades ago. I did keep all that sort of stuff, and it was very popular. They'd get them from up there. And then it just sort of disappeared. The novelty wore off. Everybody went right through the python morphs at that stage after that, and then everyone forgot about monitors.
And the bearded dragon morphs,
Yeah.
You know the fucked up thing. Sorry, Dave. I'm sorry to swear. But I was watching. These days, I don't watch aquarium YouTube at all. I watch reptile YouTube. And last night there was this guy in America talking about how the Aki monitor is not the best pet monitor. It's the Kimberley Rock monitor.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, right.
And I'm
fucking way better than a Kimberley Rock.
But not that. We can't fucking. Well, back in the day, we couldn't
can't get them here.
Well, you
can
keep them.
The other little one, the rock monitor here, I think Gavin might have some. I'm not sure he used to. The Gavin Bedford. I think he had some. I'm not sure whether he still got them. But is it Varenus Glautii? Is it? Which one is it? Who's it?
Glautii is the Kimberley Rock.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the
Kimberley Rock
monitor. They're in the northwest of the territory as well, out there on Bullo River Station. I saw them, and they're lovely little creatures. Yeah, but they were around the rock holes as well, the water holes. They might be something that.
Availability though is questionable.
The place I used to collect out there was the Ranica's place, Bullo River. But one of those great big lawyers from down south bought it, and now you can't. It's turned into a reserve, and you can't very easily
get
in there.
And yet, if you're in San Francisco, you can have one in your lounge room.
The USA's got incredible amount of Australian wildlife. They've got pocket pets, which is our sugar gliders, and if you do that in Australia, you get thrown in jail. So the world's a bit silly in that regard.
Dave, have you seen a 6 kilo sooty?
No.
Dave,
I could have.
Show us your sooty.
You got a big one, have you?
All right. I've got some more questions. Is there a guide for outdoor that you guys could point to? Outdoor reptile keeping.
What do they mean by a build guide?
So I would go back to John Weigel's book back in the day, the black You remember that little black book?
Yeah, the little one with the diamond python on the cover.
Oh, I love that little black.
That
Gabs
was a good little book back in the day, wasn't it?
Come on, Gabs, pull it out.
Yeah, but have it right there.
It is here. It's definitely here.
The trouble
Yeah,
is,
everyone would have it.
I can't help but feel that this.
I've got it up in the house, so I'm not going up. That's the one.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. and my favourite page was the sand monitor. I love this sand monitor. Gabs is going to find it. So, Senor Ding Dong, I can't help but feel like you got to avoid social media and Google because it'll take you straight to America where they do things in their spare bedroom and head towards Australian literature and the sand. Oh, you've got an old one, Gabs. Look at that. Did you get it signed?
I got the same ones.
Did you? Did you meet Terry?
Signed.
Did you meet John Weigel, Dave?
I think he came up to visit Grant Husband there in the 90s, and I met him then, but it's only a brief.
When I was in the Territory in 2014, I bumped into him at Crocosaurus.
There you go.
And did you, Gabs? What was the line? Hey, do you come here often?
He was on his second big twitch from memory, and he was with Robin, so he was very well behaved.
Now, I don't know what David Smith's talking about here because I've tried going through the chat to see what's going on in the conversation, but he would guarantee that saltwater water dragons, because we do know that Physognathus, Intelligamma leisurii, thank you, Andrew, are also found on estuarine and saltwater areas such as Sydney Harbour.
Absolutely.
They have genes adapted to those conditions. So do you guys have any awareness that water dragons that are living on salty environments have anything different compared to those in, let's say, North Queensland?
I've never noticed any difference in them personally. I've never looked at that. Only because the fact is they're an animal that sort of uses water, hangs around water, jumps in it, pretty much like a human can. We breathe there. It doesn't matter if we swim in a freshwater river or go to the beach for the day. We can tolerate both as a human because we're something that breathes there, and our skin is pretty much not going to change or anything if we're in those different waters. And
we're not drinking our swimming pool, though.
No, that's right. Well, they're not either. Like they're not. Well, they're going in to swim to go somewhere, but they're not drinking it once they're in the salt water. They've always got a creek or a runoff nearby that they're drinking. So
do we know
around
that
around the harbours, you'll always see those runoffs and all the creeks and water runoffs from all the suburbs around there. Around all those stormwater drains and everything, they've always got fresh water nearby.
I've seen them on the break wall at Tweed Heads. I think they were right out in the break wall, right out. So there's not much fresh water out there.
No, but that break wall always, when it rains, it's always got a little bit every now and then. Or whenever it rains, they'll just head up. They don't need to drink a lot of water.
I don't know. I'm wondering, like, is it possible they might have some sort of salt excretion gland going on?
Well, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. They're not like an iguana over in, like you look overseas and you see the iguanas out in the rocks spitting out salt out their nostrils all the time. So they're not like those. But
not like the green iguanas in Howard Springs.
All right.
Hey?
Has it been recorded over there now? Have they?
There's a story. Yeah, the Hells Angels here got trouble with Parks and Wildlife, and they had their iguanas taken off them. Yeah, and they were taken out the wildlife park, and then they mucked up the court case, and they had to give the iguanas back. Anyway, if ever there's a snake in our street, the guys ring me up and I go and catch it for them. So the nursery 2-3 doors down rings up. There's a big green goanna here eating the lawn. So I said, keep your eye on it. Anyway, I went down there and I couldn't find it. It'd gone up a tree and we couldn't see it in the tree. But there was another report of one walking across the highway a few weeks later, and Grant told me the story about keeping them out at the wildlife park while the court case was on with the local bikies. So that's an iguana story. Yeah.
So did anybody get any photos of these ones that they saw? Because everyone's got a mobile phone these days.
Oh, this was in the 90s. So yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do you know Grant? Do Grant, wouldn't you? Grant husband.
Yeah, I know Grant real well. Yeah,
Yeah, no, talk to him. See if he's got photos. He might have some photos.
I might do that. It was his birthday the other day.
All right, I'm sorry. Dave,
Hello.
we have to move on from the old times now. You ready?
Okay. Yep.
All right. I have a question here from Tanya, which is something that I have been concerned about for a while. Can you guys see that? I'm sorry, Dave, your head is obscured.
It's okay.
Adam, is the Saratoga still safe to fall back in on that ledge? So that's my concern, is that if a water dragon was to jump from said elevated platform, such as, sorry, I'm fast forwarding, still fast forwarding. So that's what's around the outside of the baskets and the aquarium.
That looks quite flimsy. I think a Saratoga would knock that apart.
Oh, that's not. Oh, hey. Yes.
Sorry. Okay,
I'm
it's not
getting the
flimsy.
popcorn. I'm getting my
So that's quite solid, is it?
Gabs?
It's a lot more solid than it looks, I guess.
Oh, my Lord. It's been 30 years, buddy, but let's not make it 40.
Saratogas are very, what's the word, able to walk and climb. When you catch a Saratoga and it gets off the hook on the grass and level ground, it will walk back into the water, flip-flop from side to side on its pectoral fins and let itself go, right? So if it got caught anywhere in there, I'm pretty sure that it can work its way out of there, out of the water and get back to the water.
Thank you, Dave. That is exactly what worried the shit out of me, because I'm not. I've only been keeping togas for like 18 months now. I'm an absolute newbie, and I've kept dragons back in the day, but they're always outside in outdoor pits. So in an inside enclosure where you have elevated basking areas such as that, and they naturally want to jump down into the water, will that spook the toga to then jump and then get caught up in? Okay, not that, but up the back there somewhere. Can they get caught up and not get their way back in?
Well, I don't think so. But there's that looks like, is that the southern toga? Is it the one from?
Yeah, Leichhardt.
Yeah, there's a Giardini up here approaching a metre in the Crocosaurus cave, and it lines up the divers with an open mouth and tells them to get out of its way.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they've got attitude, and there's rumours here about a fish that walks, and it's in Arnhem Land, so it's hard to find. But it's possible it is a Saratoga, but they're black and they're 18 inches long and they've got legs, and it's an Aboriginal type myth. And I've been looking for it for many, many years. And there is black colour forms of Saratoga, so that's a possibility. But also there's a fossilised lungfish up this way as well. That's 18 inches long. That could be that. So
okay.
There's lots of interesting exploring to do out there. There's probably even new reptiles. If we can find new fish, so you should be able to find new reptiles out there.
They like the shirt.
All right. This has been like seriously, I love fish and I love reptiles. And this night tonight has been coming from a long while. And yesterday I went and helped out a mate locally, and he gave me a little gift. And this comment down below has brought me to a little segment, which I must admit, it's been 2 hours and 21 minutes, and we haven't even had a segment yet. Dave, you know the segments. So this segment is called, where the fuck is it?
That's not.
Shout out! Mate, I'm going to start to get out because I'm, hello. So tonight, this is my shout out, and I have seen I have seen this T-shirt, and let's face it, I have a lovely wife who is and I also have an absolute love of fish. So I also love fish, and I have seen this. By the way, this is a T-shirt. See?
Tricky.
I know I'm fucking cold down here, unlike Gabrielle and Dave and.
I'm cold too.
Yeah, he's colder than me.
I'm in the shed. It's not too cold in here though.
Yeah, but it's because you got the sheep behind you, mate. With all that radiant. All that radiant
that partition's been there for probably over 30 years.
It's all those mercury vapor lamps going on. But anyway,
actually, I haven't got many of those in here.
Look, the one thing about doing these live streams on the YouTube is I get to meet a lot of people, and I must admit, and part of it is the reason for doing it is because in Coffs Harbour, Andrew, unlike in Sydney where there's shiploads of people walking around, there's not many in Coffs Harbour, and so I do enjoy having that social side of things. And Funkalicious gave me this gift. I appreciate it very much. That's my shout out tonight. Andrew, have you thought about a shout out tonight?
Well, I didn't have any sort of products or nothing. It was thrown on me tonight, and he just sort of said, come out to what you like, there's animal-wise and everything too. And I've got to say, I do have, obviously, been in reptiles and working with them for so long and keeping them and playing with them and enjoying them for all that time. You always get into so many different reptiles because you think it's something new. And you always think, I always want to go for something new. Always amazes you. Nobody wears off real quick with some of them. And then you get some of them, you always just think straight away, it's always one of those things that's, if you don't have it, it's pretty much like you want it. But it goes back to the normal old favourite. My old favourite, I'll have to give a shout out to the good old red-bellied black snake. It's pretty much just instilled my business and what I do. It's my favourite snake. So they've probably got the pride of place in having the nice big, large, they've got the nice big outdoor enclosure in my backyard all set up. And I know probably a lot of people saying that you can't keep them, you've got to keep them in locked up rooms and all that sort of requirements on your license system down here. But I'm very fortunate because I've got them on a zoo license system down here. So I do get to keep them like the zoos do in the outdoor pit enclosures. And I've got a big outdoor enclosure set up for the red-bellied blacks, and they're pretty much my favourite snake. Yeah, so I'll give a shout out to them for being probably my favourite reptile and pretty much it's in this industry. Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to go to Gabs. Oh, look, Gabs, your whole screen now. Look at that. Gabs, what you say?
I can't say I've got a shout out, really. I should have thought more on it.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Look, Exoterra, I'll have to say, if people are looking to get a paludarium, I would shout out to Exoterra as being the brand that I would recommend, because they don't have leaking issues and they can be fully self-contained, whereas all the other brands out there now, they have various flaws. So yeah, that's good enough, I think.
Oh, okay. All right, Dave, this is your
I'd like to mention that.
Go, shine a spotlight.
I'm
Dave.
listening.
Go.
Now, I'd like to mention people in Western Australia. There's a relatively new aquarium shop in Perth Aquarium Shop, and Alec there's trying to put on a full range of native fish. You can't get plants from me, unfortunately, not easily with the West Australian laws, but we've been sending native fish and shrimps over there, and the government's taken one of his box of shrimps away. They're a bit funny over there in WA with their wildlife, but he's got a good selection of the Northern Territory native fish there that we're growing here. We've been sending them down. So if you're in Perth, go and have a look if you like native fish and see what sort of plants you can get for you. There's people growing the native plants in WA.
All right, so
Perth Aquarium Shop. There's my shout out.
Andrew?
Yeah?
That's how you do a shout out, buddy.
Awesome. I'll keep that I'll keep that in mind for future. I was a little bit like Gav at the time. Didn't have anything nearby or anything round that I've really had shout outs for. It's like, I think when you're asking me like a shout out, you said, "Oh, who do you get your foods off?" I've got like about 10 suppliers of each. Like, I mean, you've often got one person, they're always running out of their stock, so you've got to go to the next one.
Yeah.
So you're not going to, and because I like to look after a lot of people that do the right thing by me. I like to look after them all, so I'm not going to single one out to upset any others.
Oh, you are so diplomatic. You are so fucking diplomatic.
I've got to be diplomatic because I don't want to burn my bridges with any of them.
Spoken like a true businessman.
That's it.
Who would have known you were a sign writer back in the day?
Oh, I know the old trade that got killed out by technology.
Righto. David Smith asks, get some common tree snakes. Do they still sell the golden Northern Territory form?
I thought they would.
There's various snake catches up here. If someone's got a snake, they call up, and there used to be a guy that could catch a snake and then put it out and sell it. I'm not sure what the arrangement is now with the snake catchers, but there's probably someone up here that can get you one of those snakes. I've got a heap of them on my property. Who's that? David Smith. Send me an email to Aqua Green and I'll see if I can get a permit to catch a snake from.
You're right,
it'll
right
be a
back and
wild
grab one.
Go in the back and grab one tomorrow.
Dave, this is not 1987, dude. We're kidding the plug forward.
It's a process with the Northern Territory government, but
it's okay if the local snake catcher gets a call out. It's valid.
Yeah, natural resource management mob.
Yeah,
they've got a process where a landowner, that's me, can catch a snake and sell it to a collector, and it's a permit process.
Yes,
I'm not fibbing. It's not.
No, it's true. It's true. That's how a lot of my reptiles back in the day came to me.
Trying to make the laws difficult.
Yeah.
Stay away.
Yeah, well, I've got to say a lot of my reptiles back in the day did originate from that system up there.
Guys, keep talking. I'm doing a new poll.
Oh, okay. Now there's moves afoot, and Ray Hall tried it with the Aboriginals. There are a lot of reptiles come out from around Maningrida, the mangrove monitors and black-headed pythons and things like that. And the Indigenous community it was advantaged by that, by the money coming through their Aboriginal ranges. And they were looking to try and get the big spiders into the arrangement as well, those big things that burrow in the ground. Yeah, the ugly looking things, scary ones. And
oh, nice, cheers.
Yeah, so there's those sorts of small businesses should be encouraged, particularly when they're looking for all sorts of work for the local Indigenous mobs, and that sort of thing. There were some people trying to do it, but there's a lot of difficulties with distance and livestock. But
there was like a lot of work that they did with, like Gavin Bedford did a lot of that work with the Owen Pelly program.
Gavin, I wrote him a huge letter about sustainable use, but Gavin's been nobbled by his inability. He's bred a heap of. He's got a house full of them apparently. He can't move them. He should be able to sell them.
Yeah, but I think he just sold the whole lot. Apparently, somebody's bought them all off him.
Okay, so Gavin had an arrangement with the Gumbalanya mob that when he sells a reptile, a percentage of those sales go back to the people at Owen Pelly. So Gumbalanya is their name for Owen Pelly. So that sort of thing should be done all over the place with our wildlife. But
they should be,
anal types in capital cities that don't, go out and have a look around themselves don't like that for some reason.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, guests, I've just done a poll.
Okay.
My wife said it's bad to eat on public.
That's not at all.
I had my dinner while I was listening to you, Mob. Yeah.
Dave, I can hardly see your face right now, Dave.
Good, I'm hiding behind the
poles.
There you go.
Yeah. Hiding behind the pole.
However, I'm left with some Shapes biscuits. Shapes biscuits.
Nice.
Andrew, remember when you had the kids? Remember when the kids went to high school?
Yeah.
And they went to high school and they took Shapes biscuits to high school. And as a husband and a father, you would steal them in the night time when you were slightly drunk and eat them because you had the munchies.
You did. You did. That's right.
You did. Absolutely.
100% we did.
That's
What,
like
what, are they original or pizza?
They're cheese and bacon.
Cheese and bacon. Oh, way off. They're good.
So I put a poll up. We're going to deep dive now into each individual category: snake, turtle, or lizard. Shall we go snake? 38%, turtle 25%, and skinks 38%. We have a draw.
Wow.
Which means that
the people from the turtles have to vote again. And that will make the difference.
no, it means that Dave is going to decide because he's the elder of the group. Dave, I'm going to go
Okay.
turtles.
I think I like those little Jardine River turtles.
Righto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
I'll
we're
have
going
to
to
try and get some of those. I don't know whether we'd be allowed to have those in the territory. There's an old chap down the road, rang me up and said, could I move some turtles for him? And he brought in these great big bloody Macquarie things, and they're not allowed in the Northern Territory. So I thought, if Parks and Wildlife find out, they'll come and take them off me. So I rang up one of the rangers and I said, can you give me a permit to send these things back to South Australia where they came from? And he did, which was a great thing. So we sent them down to a turtle breeder down in South Australia, and they didn't put them down. So that was good.
Dave.
Adam.
Dave.
What?
Are these turtles not in your backyard?
They're from
North Queensland, those turtles.
North Queensland, the Jardine River.
Yeah.
The
up around the Cape.
Subglobosa warreloi comes into the territory, doesn't it? In Australia.
They're nice
Lord
turtles.
Hill?
I've got one in the backyard at the moment, but they're not like your
They're not
Jardine River ones. They're just yellow and light brown. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, my bad. I was thinking that these guys went all the way across through the Northern Territory on the coastline.
No.
Is they get progressively uglier as they go.
Correct.
They're more ugly in the Northern Territory.
Yeah.
And
our
Dave,
fish are better looking than the ones in Queensland.
Dave, where do you live?
Just out of Darwin at Howard Springs.
In the
Northern Territory.
Gotcha. Excellent. Okay. Righto.
Springs.
Okay. For everybody out there, this is my attempt at doing something fancy for the evening. Here we go. Oh my lordy. Okay.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, that's a nice tank. Amazing.
Yeah.
All right. So what I tried to do here is, hang on. I'm still sorry. I can't. There's plays and pauses going crazy here. Okay. So what I'm doing, Dave, is I'm emulating a Jardine River, upper river, slow, sluggish environment where a subglobosa will be living alongside of Magurna, fly-speck honeyheads, inornatas, maybe, okay, it's a bit of a stretch because there's trifasciatas there from Catchy River over on your side, and there's also some black band and rainbow fish there. Dave, what do you think?
Well, you got the species right. So I don't know about the plants.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, no, Dave. The plants are all solely AI generated, and because you're the sole sponsor for tonight's live stream, you can completely navigate us through what would be a appropriate plant list. But what I'm getting at to start with is that this could be a Cade 1800 indoor aquarium, as long as the subglobosa can't reach the sides. There could be some. Will the turtle eat these fish?
Oh, I'd say catch. Yeah, probably. I don't know how good they are. Do they chase fish at night, Gabby?
They can do, but I think you would be fine. And if you're feeding your turtle, like daily, a little bit of snackage, he's going to be less inclined to want to hunt them down at night.
So that'll work, that aquarium.
As long as they got a full belly, they won't be desperate enough. A little bit like as Gabby mentioned earlier.
For fuck me, I put so much effort into this.
What do you want?
You selfish bloody guests out there. I put so much effort into this. Dave is saying, oh, they're going to eat this. Gab, oh, for fuck's sakes.
No, it's fine. They'll be fine.
So just go ahead and do it, and then tell us what happens.
Yeah, get us the end results.
I'll send you the fish.
Here we go.
Plants. It won't be those exact plants, but
all right.
I don't have any plants from the Jardine River, but we'll get a species list, and you do a Jardine River biotope and have a little resting place for your turtle. And I can send you some trifasciatas and some checkered rainbows and some black-banded rainbows, fly-specked hardyheads, and the northern purple spotted gudgeon.
Yes.
And you can try it out. I'll be more worried about the purple spotted gudgeon eating your fly-specked hardyheads.
Some other fish that would go really well are ambassadors.
There's some lovely big Ambassadors macleayi, which grow to 100 mil, and they'll be perfect.
Hang on.
Reticulated glassfish.
Yeah.
Glassfish. Glassfish. Glassfish.
Glassfish.
Glassfish would look really lovely in that tank, yes.
If you go to Fishers of Australia, there's one of my photos there. You can use that.
Hang on. I love the way Gab says that glassfish would look absolutely amazing in that tank, yet I've got no fucking glassfish in that tank.
No, I'm just saying, I'm adding to your list of nice things to have in there.
They could be. You can see right through them. You can't see them.
They're there. You just see right through them.
They're there. You just can't see them. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to backtrack. We're going to backtrack. The Jardine River turtle is amazing from its coloration. In an aquarium, we know that short-necked turtles tend to swim a lot. When they swim a lot, they tend to surf the glass a little bit. And when they do, we will see that red coloration from the Jardine River turtle.
Yes.
When the Jardine River turtle is in the aquarium, being a short-necked species, they're not going to be as predatory as a long-necked species from that kind of a grab.
Yeah.
But they tend to be a little bit more herbivorous, maybe.
Yes, definitely.
So, Gab, how are we going to go with aqua green, sourced, sponsored plants in this aquarium?
Like I said, if you've got your 10-foot aquarium, you want to get all your plants in there and you want to establish them for a minimum of a few months. I would even say have your tank set up and establishing for a year before you put your turtles in there, because the roots will be well established, so they won't just get ripped out easily when the turtle swims past. But you'll also have enough coverage of the plants that if they have a little nip here and there, it's not going to actually make your tank look shithouse, for lack of a better word.
Dave?
Are you going to do this tank?
Yes, I want you to do
You're going to do it. You're going to do it? I'll send you the plants and the fish.
There we go.
Well, okay.
And the plant I will send you was a newly described Vallisneria described by a chap in Kansas in the United States, and it was named after the botanist at the Surrey Jacobs at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Sydney, who passed away unfortunately. And
Hang on.
Dave.
You
can put all that along the back, and then we'll send you a heap of fish to go with it and some other. I'll look up the Jardine River list of plants, and I'll send you some of those as well if I've got them.
Dave, stop.
No. You get your lights from wherever.
Now, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to go shopping. Why the fuck aren't you sponsoring this video? Now, if I'm going to go do this and I want to have a Jardine river turtle in my aquarium with said rainbow fish, what species of plants shall I select first?
So your background, foreground, middle ground, and a feature plant. So I'll have to look up what's in the Jardine River. I think there's Otelia up there, Vallisneria. There's probably Pogus.
Whoa, slowly. Otelia.
Yeah, that's a lovely plant. That'll be your big main feature plant. They grow 1.5 meters high in deep water. They're lovely plants. So
lovely. Right. Yeah. What's next?
But you'll need to let that grow on for a while and establish its roots. Otherwise, the turtle will uproot it easily. So Vallisneria, down with the V there. So go erect a Daintree Val. That's it's closer to the Jardine. There you go. That one. And that's a thick, strong Val that'll grow and take over your tank.
All right. Why is that one
along the
what
back?
What would look lovely in there is a little coal grunter, I reckon.
They're little pigs. You can't keep coal grunters slim. They eat all the food.
Yeah, that's true.
Dave?
Adam?
If you make even $100 next week, you owe me, Big Pine buddy. You owe me.
I said I'd send you some hornwort to get rid of your algae. So you'll have that on Tuesday.
All right. So that was the Jardine River turtle. Oh, hang on. But the fish, Dave, the fish.
There's a database, right? The Australian New Guinea Fishes Association started a database in 2007. Their national president started that up, and there may well be a list of plants for the Jardine River, or otherwise Adrian Tappan published some lists of plants and things for Queensland rivers in the Queensland Ankfa Journal. So I will find out what...
Sorry to cut off, Dave. Another way is to go to the WildNet database and generate a species list through the I'll send you what's that?
The Atlas of Living Australia.
It uses that data, but it's a Queensland site. I can't remember the exact web address, but you can generate a list for national parks or for state parks or for a Latin long, and it gives you a pretty good species list. So, and it does include aquatic plants if they're registered through Atlas of Living Australia. It'll be on your list.
Oh, we'll try that.
Andrew.
Yes. Water plants and stuff isn't my forte.
I know. You're glazing out. You're glazing
out.
Honestly, I'm not sure you're appreciating the fucking 2 hours of work.
I'm appreciating. I'm thinking this is bloody awesome to look at, but I don't have a lot of experience and knowledge into keeping aquarium setups.
That fucking doesn't matter. What about the aesthetics of this? Look at this.
I know. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I'm loving it. I just don't have a lot of input in it.
All right. So, Gabs.
I know the turtle. I don't know any of the others.
That's right, because Gabriella does. Gabriella, you're going to talk us through what is this scenario in your lounge room.
You're going to have to give me a bit more of what you want me to say.
Okay, I'm going to start with.
Yes, it would work. Yes, it definitely
I'm
would
going to start
work.
with that.
Okay, so that's a 6 by a 2 by 2 something.
Yes.
That'll work fine. You could successfully have a pair of painted turtles and your those fish on your list there on your image. I would
Will they
potentially
get out?
put in a couple of
Will they get out of that tank?
if the water's too close to the top, of course.
Right.
So you need to think about having some screening or something to maintain turtles inside the tank. And the lighting, I don't know what that light is that they provide and if it's suitable, but yes, you'd definitely be able to pull it off in a 6 by 2 by 2.
All right. Okay. Dave.
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
We are going to share our screen now. And we're going to go to, lo and behold, an aqua green website. What is this fucking old 1980s website? Seriously. All right.
What about it?
If you were to choose some plants to go in your painted Australian Jardine River Turtle Aquarium, alongside of Inornatas, maybe Trifasciatas, some Hardy Heads, and a Magurna, what plants would you include?
Well, I'd have those Jacob's Vallisneria, some Pogostem. This is along the back. Pogostem.
Whoa. Okay.
Pogo.
Dave, the Jacobs can't be found on your site.
It is there. There's just no pictures of it.
There's no pictures of it.
Oh, you want
That's
pictures?
Right. Yeah. Next.
Pogostem. That's up in North Queensland.
There you go.
Can't see anything.
Love it. All right. That's cool.
So, Luminophila, like a fluffy green. There's so maybe three species across the back. Then a little short, something like Rotala occultiflora, a little one that grows only a couple of inches tall. Bits and bits of that. One of those big Otelias offset from the centre a bit, like that 60-40 the golden ratio, whatever they call it, where your dominant eye over your non-dominant eye is about 61 to 39. There's an actual ratio that goes out into decimal points. And so you put that in that spot that draws your eye to it. And then maybe some Marsilia, that little nadu that only grows very short along the bottom of the front. And there's another one, Elatine gratialoides, which is up in North Queensland, a little tiny plant that grows an inch tall, and have them along the bottom. So you can have the whole thing planted, and a good sized log that comes up out of the water the turtle can climb on.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Okay, Marsilia. Dave, I'm like going so fast. Marsilia.
Marsilia hirsuta. It had no common name, so Bruce Hansen sent it to me from Cairns, and I called it Hansen's Nadu on the website. And Marsilia is what killed Burke and Wills. They watched the Aboriginals eating it, and they were cooking it. Burke and Wills didn't cook it, and it killed them.
Oh, fuck me, Dave.
Poisoned their thyroid. That's trivia. Don't you have trivia?
No, I don't.
So don't eat your nadu. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
There's another one that can handle a bit of salt. Bacopa moniera, and the Indians call it brahmi. And if you eat that, your brain never rots. So, but if you tasted it, you'd take the rotting brain instead of eating the plant.
You would. It tastes like crap. Terrible.
Right now, Andrew's going, what the fuck am I doing?
Oh, absolutely. It's all something I'm not all new to me.
Andrew.
Yep.
Is it time for quick dips? Andrew, is it time for quick dips?
Oh, what's that?
Smaller goldfish.
What's
Okay. I haven't been on this before.
I know you haven't. Andrew.
Yep.
Red belly or green tree?
Red belly.
Red belly or sawshell?
Red belly.
Red belly.
Is this going to be all red belly?
Red belly or Eastmore dragon?
Red belly.
Red belly or Merton's water monitor?
Oh, red belly.
Red belly or a green tree frog?
Red belly.
Oh,
Green tree frogs are red belly food.
Right. Now somehow I've got to find my way out. There we go, Gabriel.
That was too easy because I'd already given up. Well, I couldn't say anything otherwise.
Oh, for fuck!
Dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Reptile or fish?
For me, I'm still going to say reptile, I think.
The filthiest reptile in captivity.
The filthiest reptile in captivity, water python.
The best display reptile.
Subglobosa, painted turtle.
The best,
Yeah, I agree with that.
the best pet reptile.
Bearded dragon.
The easiest beginner aquatic or semi-aquatic reptile.
Long neck turtle.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yep.
All right.
At least those questions are a lot more varied than mine.
Yeah, they were.
Hello, Dave.
I was kind of set up for
What now?
Anything different.
Oh, hello, Dave. Now, where is... Oh, there it is. Dave, why is this pig-nosed turtle so pissed off with you?
That's not me, but he's getting his goodos.
Mm.
You know the dog. I think it's a dog food
treats.
called good
No way.
goodos. Yeah, and that's Greg Miles' place, and that's I forget which one that is, but it's comes out to get his goodos like that. Or could be chicken leg.
Oh, fucking dead.
He gets cooked chook as well. That one. So
Nice.
Greg's the only person I know that those breed naturally. He's got a beach. He's got a two big ponds, and one of them's a little L shape. It's got a little beach at one end of it, off to the side.
Beautiful.
And they lay eggs there. And then when he was actually bred, he stopped it now. I think he's still got a few there, but he hasn't got as many as he had before. And I'd sell his turtles for him. I'd do all the paperwork with Parks and Wildlife. And that was so difficult. I think it might have been New South Wales. They wanted Northern Territory wanted a permit from New South Wales before they granted a permit to go to New South Wales. And New South Wales wanted a permit from the Northern Territory. So I sent them all an email, a big spray, said, if you guys carry on like that, the whole lot stops, nothing will work. So it was just incredibly complicated, the government types.
They're all incredibly complicated. I just had the same thing. Like, I mean, I've got my DPI licensing for animals, but if I've got to still get an animal from another state, I've still got to go through national parks to do import and export permits. So every time I go and do one of those permits, it's national parks for some reason now have been extremely slow issuing their permit. So by the time I got the national parks permit, my DPI permit had run out. So I find
it's just
so the best thing I found now was I thought, okay, well, what I'll do first is I'll apply for national parks for my import permit before DPI, and then when that's approved, I know that DPI they'll correlate both at the same time. This time they decided to be a little bit sillier towards me, and they just said a letter back probably a month later, "Oh, we can't issue this permit yet because we contacted DPI and you haven't applied for the permit from them yet." I'm going, oh my God.
yeah.
And then it's just like months later, they said, "Oh, are you still going to go ahead with this?" And I went, "Well, obviously not. I missed out on the animals." Like, so they do make it quite difficult now.
See that little shrimp at the bottom there?
Yeah.
That's special. In 2024, it was described, and a German Werner Klotz, I think his name was, described it, and he called it Caridina wilsoni after that fish farmer in the Northern Territory that made it popular in the aquarium trade. There you go.
What a fucking big head.
Hey, you like that? You like that?
It's not because it's got a red nose.
It does. It drinks lots of whiskey like Adam.
Yeah.
The threadfin rainbows, that one's probably from the Arafura swamp. They're a nice colour. The threadfins from out in the Arafura swamp, and the delicate blue eyes, and they're all hanging around with a spotted blue eye and a fire snake.
Nice.
Fuck yeah. So for everybody out there, based on I haven't kept any of these species in my home, but I've done some research and I've sort of amalgamated what might be a cohab aquarium that might work. So what I want to know,
I think that the fire snake won't bother those fish. I'm pretty sure.
Or the shrimp.
Yes. Boom. That's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, so
they're too small for him to worry about them. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Adam, there we go.
Yes. This one. Yeah. Okay, so because what I was thinking was, when you go here at the stage, what the hell is that? No, come on. Turtles, aquatic snakes, go. Okay, and go. Okay, so this snake is in rainbow fish territory. So my question is, will these file snakes predate fish of a certain size, and therefore will that scenario be okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
the guys out on the Macquarie University snake researchers out on the Fog Dam there have catalogued all the preferred foods of file snakes, and their most favourite food is sleepy cod and mouth almighties, and they slink around the mouth almighty and sleepy cods are stealth bombers. They'll hide in amongst the plants where the snakes like and dart out and grab fish, but the snakes get them. So they've pumped the snakes out and catalogued what was in them. So when they catch them, the scientists out there, there's 4 or 5 there still. Went out there the other day and there was a whole pile of them, scientists.
So I'm just going to go to Andrew now because he's glazing over.
Okay.
Here he is.
Well, okay. What are we putting on the spot for now?
Okay.
I've got no input on those fish.
No, absolutely not. So he's glazing over dramatically. But what we're trying to achieve here is that a predator targets a very specific size of prey.
Yes.
So a lion would target a zebra, but not a juvenile impala.
Well, I reckon it would if it got the chance.
No, it fucking
It just depends in proximity.
Oh,
Like, I mean, if you look at something like a file snake there, as you see, like, I mean, they will eat, probably not going to go for very tiny little fish, but they will definitely eat something that is going to make a dent in their mouth. So
it comes back to head size. I always say, if the head size of the fish is similar to the head size of the snake, it's going to have a crack at it.
Absolutely, they will. And even sometimes I find a lot of snakes, even pythons and things, they will take on something too big for them. And it's often, even if they can't do it, that's the time they realise, oh, we won't do it. And they'll give up.
An adult python isn't going to eat a baby rat. It's not going to bother with it. And the same
not going to bother, no.
It's going to bother with your threadies and all those. The spot, what was it? I forget what you had on your image, but they're not going to go for any of that stuff. But a juvenile fire snake will eat an adult rainbow fish because the head size is
one of the things one of the things I look at there is you mentioned that a lot of these animals like the fire snake and these fish may live in the same environment, but that environment isn't the size of a tank. That environment is going to be quite large, and those fish have a lot of room to get away from that fire snake area.
Mm.
Andrew,
so it also goes back to physical barriers.
Yeah.
Andrew, I told you that the average size of those fish was 3 centimeters.
Yep.
Would you say they're safe?
I would for an adult fire snake. Yeah, not for a juvenile fire snake.
Okay. And Andrew, if I told you that the average size of those fish was 3 centimeters as an adult, generally.
Yep.
And there was significant roots and driftwood and plants and twigs coming into the aquarium, would they be safe?
Depending on the size of the snake. If the snake's a small snake, it will hide amongst that where they're hiding to, and they'll wrap around a branch, hang on there and wait in ambush, and they will strike out and grab that fish pretty quickly if it's suitable size to swallow.
A newborn
baby, an adult snake was not going to bother.
No.
Newborn baby fire snake, yes, but the rest, no.
Absolutely, yeah. Newborn baby fire snake, anything up to about 50, 60 centimeters, we'll definitely still try to eat that, yeah.
Andrew.
Yep.
Fuck, your hard work's on, aren't you? Why the hell?
I'm very realistic here.
Dave, we could have got Anthony Stimson on tonight. He's a nice guy, not fucking Andrew.
Anthony is one of my best mates.
I know.
Same here, actually.
Same here. Yeah.
And yes. He's not problematic either, is he? So
no, he's awesome. Anthony is one of the best players I've ever hung out with in my whole life.
So, if I was to say to you that you were to have a average fire snake with a 3 centimeter fish, blue eye, rainbow fish, juvenile, whatever it might be, but that snake,
safe. Yes,
but that snake is fed a sardine, a pilchard,
yep,
every week.
Oh, you'd be safe.
Oh, okay.
There you go. You'd be safe. You'd be safe.
Hallelujah. All right.
Oh, mate, I just wanted to troubleshoot. I just wanted to troubleshoot all scenarios so that I wasn't claiming that I had to go through the size of the snake. And as Gab agreed with me, a small baby snake would eat them. Yeah.
would still have a go, for sure.
Yeah.
The baby fire snake's head is like my thumbnail, like.
Yeah, exactly. They're not big.
Smaller than that. So again, it comes to head size, what it can fit in its mouth. But
that's right. Yes.
Slightly larger, you'd have no problem whatsoever. You'd have a lovely display with the fire snake.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, that'll be fine. And a mature fire snake, those fish, not a problem, Adam.
All right.
When I had fire snakes, I was feeding them garfish. I was going down to the Brisbane River and catching gar and feeding them like 20, 30 centimetre gar when they were, I don't know, 60 centimetres long.
Yeah. Well, I was feeding mine just feed a goldfish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going through the comments now because I ignored it completely.
Okay. We can't see them on here, so.
Mm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to have it. We used to have them on the street. Oh, there they are. Now they're on there.
There you go.
I haven't seen them for probably the last 2 hours.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
All right. So the comment is this keeper needs to be really multi-skilled, and I say, fuck
I
that.
say yes.
Yep.
Andrew.
To an degree. Gabby agrees with me. You got to be multi-skilled in different species.
But don't you think that a absolute dedicated hobbyist researches the absolute butt crap out of what they're going to do?
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
they do.
absolutely. Yeah,
Yes, they
yeah.
do.
I'm not saying you've got to be an experienced in all those animals to start with. I'm just saying you've got a lot of multi facets to learn. Also,
You got to be multi-skilled, definitely.
yes,
You got to understand UV requirements and everything, like
yeah. So
ventilation,
water quality.
filtration, water chemistry, you name it. You still got to understand all of that stuff for the reptiles.
Mm.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going through. I'm distracted because I'm going through the chat over here. You guys can't see it.
I'll put my glass. Oh, it's on there now. I've got to put glasses on now. I can see it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
fucking old 58-year-old fart.
I know. I'm only 56.
That's the same thing. Dave's 70.
Dave's 70. What do you, Gab? You're not far behind me, are you?
No comment. I'm a lady.
No.
Oh, come on, Gabs. Dave's
Adam,
in his
Adam,
70s.
you're the youngest here. You're the youngest here, Adam. That's
I
definite.
know. I turned 50.
Yeah, Adam's always the youngest.
Fuck. Hang on.
Yeah, I love that. Fuck yeah. That's the best comment.
All right. So, Senor Ding Dong, red belly all the way. And I agree.
100%.
Yeah.
If I could have an indoor display that had a above ground and below water display, red belly all the way.
Absolutely.
Fuck my God, there is so much comment here tonight.
Oh, look, I was thinking there was none.
No salt water tonight. Sorry, guys, just going through it. Tree snakes. Oh, hang on. Dave.
Yes, what?
What does that mean?
Picnic
Now-
freshwater crocs. Yeah,
That's a little bit controversial.
it is.
There was
Oh,
two places where they found bonsai
Dave.
crocodiles.
Hang
Bonsai
on,
crocodiles. What? Bonsai crocodiles were found in the upper parts of the Liverpool River, and they determined that they weren't a different species eventually. They were just undernourished because of the harsh place they lived. They also found small ones on the escarpment in Buller River Station. So there's little crocodiles out there. And someone we don't want to talk about because of his crocodiles and dogs thing had those small.
He's just got the same name as someone else on here.
Had those small crocodiles in captivity, but the DNA boffins determined they weren't different. So that's something
They had
I could
determined
talk
because
about.
I had other people trying to tell me they still were a bit different, but I didn't think they were.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a taxonomist, and I get into trouble with taxonomists lately. Yeah. So
Okay.
That's another story. But
Fuck me dead. David
No.
Smith is. I need to get a tree snake and remove my toga.
Oh,
why?
I
It'll
know.
eat the snake if the snake gets close to the water, probably.
oh yeah, Toga would eat the snake.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm not putting a snake in there. I'm not putting a snake in there though.
Oh, but but he's telling you to get rid of the Toga, so you do.
That's right.
And
Saratogas
also,
have got real attitude. Right.
all right. Okay. So So Praddy is a friend and a long-time watcher of the Aquarium Anonymous YouTube channel and also the live stream. This is from someone who went shopping this afternoon to choose the specific whiskey best suited for tonight's live stream. Here he's requiring another drink. So, Praddy, I think you know exactly what you're drinking tonight.
What is
No.
it drinking?
Dave,
Oh, well.
Eradicate cane toads. Now, I got a suggestion.
hang on,
Find a pheromone that they're attracted to and paint the white lines in the middle of the road so they sit in the road and get run over by cars. That's bullshit, of course.
Yeah.
What have you done? You've fallen over. You drank too many glasses of whiskey.
Oh, there's guitar.
Get the heck out of your dog.
Yeah.
So I've got the cane toad juice factory down in my backyard. And if you ever saw that program called Dirty Jobs, they did a program in our backyard here with the Lord Mayor of Darwin, Graham Sawyer, and making toad juice out of dead cane toads.
Oh,
So,
I never saw that.
And we sold, this is in the 90s, we sold it, early 2010. We sold it into the local hardware shops. And the recipe we got for this, it was a fish emulsion recipe using toads. And we put them in plastic bottles. And the guy that did the recipe for us, he was doing shark fin, like Charlie Carp, like that emulsion, you plant fertilizer. So we had toad juice plant fertilizer. They put molasses in the mix and fermented, and I went up to the hardware shop to see how they wanted some more toad juice, and one of the bottles was pulsating, and I picked it up and it split open and sprayed toad juice all through the place. So that made the national news back then. So not that you remember it, but yeah. So we've got the toad juice factory down the back. So that was the idea, to catch all the toads and put them into plant fertilizer. Didn't work.
You'd have to deactivate it so it didn't keep like fermenting. That's the thing. Like,
we left the molasses out, and it was okay after that. But what happened was that because we used potassium hypochlorite to dissolve the toads, and it's still organic apparently, and it produced a very high pH, which then should have been sealed off against the atmosphere, but it degassed the nitrogen out of the system when the pH was very high. So then once they all dissolved, we put citric acid in there to bring the pH down. And if you left that out in the open too long, it started to smell really bad. So
yeah. The best way to process toads, like anywhere, is just to put them through the freezer and then bury them in your compost. That was
the idea. The banana farmers over in Nhulunbuy were doing that, burying the toads. That's where Graham got the idea to make bottled toad juice, for fertilizer.
That explodes in Bunnings.
I went the final mix. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
How to fix the toad problem.
Toads.
No. We've gone from over 40 viewers live down to way below 30 because you're talking about killing toads. Come on now, people.
No, it was processing dead toads, but anyway.
Oh.
But it was a question. We were addressing the question.
All right. I'm going to show you this now. What do you say?
I'd say that looks like a bargain you picked up.
So this aquarium is 750 millimeters wide, front to back, left to right, 750 millimeters front to back, and 800 millimeters high. It has two 25 millimeter holes drilled left and left and right top
Yep.
on a, whatever stand, and it's $100. What are you going to do with it?
Sell it for 200.
Fucking hell, Dave.
I'd get rid of the canister and make a trickle filter underneath it, like a biofilter, and
Yes.
I'd make a cage over the top of it and raise baby painted turtles in it for at least 2 years.
Oh,
I'm thinking file snakes.
Yep. Okay. All right. So I am 100% with where are we? Where the fuck are we? I am thinking file snakes because
there you go.
We are talking about a cube aquarium that is of a reasonable volume for a snake that does not move very much.
Exactly.
And that would be included with tiny little blue eyes from Dave because he's our sponsor for tonight's live.
I'm sorry, Adam, but I wouldn't have an older fire snake in there because it can't straighten its body out in any direction.
Oh my God, Gabrielle.
A juvenile, yes, but if you see these guys swimming, when they swim like laps in a 6-foot tank, you'll understand why I'm saying that.
Ah.
That's just okay. It's goldfish then.
You're not thinking about the capabilities that the animals have to move around. Like, yes,
No.
they're relatively immobile, but when they want to go somewhere, they're absolutely beautiful. The way they move, the way they can swim, and I would love them to be able to stretch out their bodies at least,
Like, God, you speak so much sense. So tonight, like over there,
Put a McClay's water snake in there or a pair of them.
no, because they're like semi-aquatic. Andrew, over there.
Yeah, I'm looking at that corner. That looks good.
No, it's like not the corner.
No, like you're not moving the bookshelf.
There.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about some sort of a display. And for
Okay.
a long time, I was thinking about something that would be like a peninsula.
Yeah.
And then this $100 cube aquarium came up, and I went and saw it. It's not bad. It's like one scratch. It's pretty good.
What, you didn't bring it home with you?
On Thursday, Andrew.
I was going to say $100, so I can't believe you would have left it behind if you wanted it.
$750, $800. It's a good sized cube. And
Yeah.
I thought, file snake with some blue eyes, brilliant roots,
Yeah.
all that kind of shit going down there.
Until Gab mentions that she wants to see him stretched out.
I know, and she
No.
freaking
But if you get a juvenile, you'll get a good couple of years out of that tank.
You'll get a
right?
good few years.
I know, but it's either that, Dave, or Arandas and Ranchu goldfish.
No. We've got some nice new fish from Arnhem Land. Flat nose dog springs,
I love that.
Melanitania trifasciata, and Bindawoi River Melanitania trifasciata. They're lovely big fish.
But there's not enough left to right. It's too much of a cube, Dave. It's a cube.
Just set it up with a lot of branches, a little bit of a backdrop, put a green python in there.
Like it would suit some green tree frogs. Let's face it,
Green tree python.
Green tree frogs.
Actually, green tree frogs would go pretty well too.
They'd love it in there. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
green
right.
tree frogs would be another good one.
For fuck me. All right, so Gab, what you're saying is I have completely wasted my time and $100.
No.
Have you? So you did give the $100
on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
At the very least, you can have all those beautiful fish that you had in your fire snake mock-up, and it would be a lovely tank. Put some fire snakes in there for 2 years.
with no file stake.
No, you can put a fire snake in there for about 2 to 3 years, and then you would
Yeah.
And depending on how much you feed it, depends on how quick it grows as well.
Yeah.
Dave,
What?
he loves this. He loves it.
I love
Look
this.
at him. He
So
absolutely loves it. Dave,
Some very tall water plants and whatever other creature you want to put in there. That size tank doesn't suit having a nice aquascape, really, does it? It's too tall, and so you need something longer and wider. Look at your other tanks. You've got those lovely tanks you've got in your house there. They've got distance between one end and the other, and they've got a you can tell a story in there. That one there, you pretty well choked in, if you know what I mean. The managers at where I used to work at the zoo, they'd try and make a picture. They'd have a tank that was 1 foot from front to back, 7 meters wide and 2 meters deep, and nothing would live in it. So you know what I mean. So it's cramped.
oh my God, you've ruined my. Okay, Dave. I thought this is gonna be fantastic.
Don't listen to these dream crushes, Adam.
I thought I'm gonna go and put a solitary, sedentary, like sluggish snake in a aquarium with some tiny fish that would flit around through the roots and the sunlight dappled shadows of the aquarium, and you're saying no, Dave.
I'm saying do whatever you like in there. It's up to you to come up with something that's nice and suits you.
Just don't expect Dave to be happy with it to start with.
Oh, well, he's a sponsor. I need him.
I'll send you some plants, some tall plants to put in there, but you can fill it up with northern.
Well, you said that other really good
frogs.
plant grew to 1.5 meters.
Oh,
Itelia, yeah, that's
Yeah, Itelia gets to 1.5
they
meters.
call that. Yeah,
all right.
ducklet.
Now
you can put one of those in the middle there, and it'll be fill up the whole tank.
So now that you've shot down my dreams, and I've now bought.
Have another scotch.
No, sorry. I've got to get rid. No, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. I've now bought a $100 aquarium on Marketplace for no purpose whatsoever except for ranchu and Aranda goldfish.
And green tree frogs.
Well, yes, I know. And that is not the intent of this live tonight. So we should move on to what might be the lizard. There we go. Hang on. Oh, what the hell is that? Andrew, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You could actually do a lovely display with your water skinks and have like a third of the area water and have some of your nice smaller fish and have your water skinks up in the upper areas of that queue. That could work out okay.
Gabs, you're well ahead of what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to have a fine-tuned live stream here.
Okay, shut up.
I know Dave appreciates it. I'm trying to have a really fine-tuned, professional live stream.
Yeah.
I know. Here we go. Oh,
here we go. Look at that.
Hang on.
That's excellent.
Go again. Oh,
Southeast Queensland fish. There you go.
I love that.
Northern New South Wales, Southeast Queensland. That you can get those around Coffs Harbour. Those fish.
Fuck yeah, you can you see that lizard walking in?
That looks fantastic. I love that.
Hang on.
You're doing no good with IT.
I'm impressed with that. I really enjoy it. It looks really cool.
Thank you. Excellent. I appreciate that because that took about 2 hours to do that. Just so you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, fuck yeah, 2 hours.
Wow, I thought you could have just gone to ChatGPT and said, "Can you make this lizard walk 2 centimeters on the screen?" It would have just done it.
Yeah.
Shut Andrew. I use Canva for that. So
That's pretty good.
all right. So now we're going to go to what is the most. This is shits and giggles up until now, and what I think now is the most terrestrial suggestion for tonight's live stream. We're not dealing with an aquatic snake, an aquatic turtle, or a basking turtle. We're talking with a skink, a lizard that has to have a certain amount of time on land and dwell within the what much of the intertidal zone. Now, Gabs.
Yes.
I know that you are very familiar with creating the above water, below water zone of a paludarium.
Correct.
From sculpting materials, from foam, from polyurethane, from various materials.
Yes.
What would you suggest in terms of, so this is an eastern water skink. It's about 30 centimeters total length.
Yeah.
Maybe a trio. We want a decent water volume down below for our crimson spots, our blue eyes, our gudgeons.
Yes.
How would you go set this up?
Are you prepared to put any kind of enclosure above the glass? Like, would you make a screen up above it? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, I would.
Then, I would think that
I can't hear that.
Oh, really? I would say 50% to 70% fill the tank. Can you hear me? Is it breaking? My internet went off.
I can hear you.
I can't hear Gab.
Okay, so I would look at filling the tank 50 to 70%, and then putting a little bit of structure above, like screening, to then allow the back wall to go up into a riverine sort of paludarium kind of setup with lots more plants and basking platforms and crevices and rocks for them to climb on and amongst.
All right. So starting from the beginning, if you're dealing with let's go underwater, because we've got aquarium viewers now. If you've got rainbow fish, the crimson spot, blue eyes, and a gudgeon, you want at least 45 centimeters of water depth.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yep. And I mean, so the tank's 80 tall. So what I was saying, 40 to 60, 70 centimeters of water, and then having the rest as, I mean, the rock ledges that you can do for water skinks, because wherever you see them around creeks and stuff, they're usually right near streams, and they love the layered rock that they can get in and amongst. So you can replicate that with your polystyrene, not polyurethane. Polyurethane has a lot of limitations, so I always stick with polystyrene. And then you can have you can also have overhangs, so it might not let enough or as much light into the water, but if you have a little bit of an overhang sort of system that the skinks can still use and be out of the water, it would work really well.
Hang on. Okay. All right. So no, Gabs.
Yeah.
Andrew.
I can't hear Gabs at all. She's completely silent to me.
Are you fucking serious?
Serious. I can't hear a word she said at all. I got nothing. I can hear you, but not a word that Gab said at all.
You guys are the okay.
Can anyone? Is there anyone else? Can you hear? Can you hear Gabs, Adam? I mean, sorry, David.
Yeah, I can hear everybody. Okay, but Gabriel's
I can't hear
upside
Gabs.
down.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I can't hear Gab at all. She's gone completely silent now.
You
still
guys
upside
are the
down.
worst. Okay, I'm sorry.
I can hear you fine, and I can hear Dave, but I can't hear Gab.
You're the fucking worst guest I've ever had.
Oh,
Are you
thanks.
serious?
Serious, I can't hear her. She's gone
Andrew,
silent.
it's your bloody fault now.
Yeah, I can't hear at all. She's gone silent.
Okay, so apparently the guests, I mean the people watching can hear me, so
I can't hear a thing.
Gabs, do you want to just duck out and duck back in again? Because I want to hear what you're going to say about this aquascape, because I know
Yeah, because I didn't hear any of that before.
you have a lot of experience with paludariums. I know it.
You want me to go out and come back?
Yeah, log out, log back in again. It's fucking Andrew's fault because he's been here for the first time.
and I just can't hear a thing. It just I was listening. I could hear everyone except Gab just stopped having sound for some reason. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know why. I haven't even touched anything.
No, you have, because you don't keep fish. That's the problem.
That's it. That's my problem.
Yeah. Because you, like, you know, if it's not scales above, like, the waterline, hello. Dave.
Yes.
What are you drinking, Dave?
Cool water.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, my lordy. Dave, you're retired, mate. You have no obligations tomorrow. What is
That's
the
it.
issue?
I've got to pack fish all day tomorrow. Thank you very much. I do still work, even though I've passed that age where I should be retired. I'm not.
Hey, Dave, shout out.
I can hear Dave. I can hear Adam.
What's tonight's sponsor for unofficial sponsor for the live stream, Dave? Go.
I don't know. Who is the night sponsor for live stream?
Aqua Green Dave, come on.
Oh, there you are.
Is
I can hear Gab again now. That's good. There we go. Now I can hear Gab again. That's weird.
Aqua Green Dave, go. If you want spotted blue eyes, delicate blue eyes delivered direct to your door via Australia Post or the Australian Air Express direct to airport, we can deliver. Go, Dave.
You just said it all.
Oh, beautiful plants.
All right. Okay, Dave. Dave.
You know when we visited you there a while back?
Yep.
A few months ago? Yeah.
Yep.
While I was away, a little moth called Nymphula SP ate all my plants, and the tadpoles of Roth's tree frog helped them. So they're still growing back. So I can't advertise at the moment, not the plants, because the grubs and the tadpoles ate them all, and they'll be back soon when the weather warms up a bit. And the fish sold lots of fish, so we don't need any ads. But your big purple head direct to your dirt.
What about Adam's head? Adam's is a little bit brighter than Dave's.
Ding Dong has got computer trouble.
Oh, senor. Yeah.
So, actually, Dave, in all seriousness, I don't know where the fuck we're up to, but in all seriousness, I had.
Now you're running the show. You should know where we are.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
You've been drinking too much of that bloody scotch. You've addled your brain. You should be drinking nice, cool water like this.
Jack.
Oh, Jack Daniel. Tennessee whiskey. Goodness gracious. That's why they're mad in America. You know that.
The whiskey.
Pretty fucking fascinating, though. So, Dave.
Yes, Adam.
I recommended you to Gallery Aquatica and Anya to order some spotted blue eyes and to have some extra for the shop. Now, I don't know if she would do it because you've got great price. So you're like $8 a fish, let's face it, when it's like $30 in an aquarium store. So for anybody, why the fuck am I saying this, Dave?
Dave,
If
you
she
say.
contacts me, I will help her. Yeah.
So for anybody out there that wants to help a geriatric old bastard that's like 70 plus years old and wants to sell them blue eyes or rainbow fish, contact Dave on Aqua Green and he will send you in a 5 kilo styrofoam box for $40 shipping, and he can fit an absolute shit ton of blue eyes and juvenile rainbow fish in there. Dave, is there anything else? What am I saying here now?
I don't know, just trying to get more plants out of me, I think.
That's exactly what he's doing.
I'll send you some plants tomorrow. You set up your tank with your file snake or whatever, or your pink underside turtle, and I'll send you a aquarium management plan with all the details on how to make it into a lush, green, lovely planted aquarium, and the reptiles and all. If you get all the plants happening right and the water quality right for the plants, everything else thrives in there.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
When we the first big planted aquarium we did was 7 at the wildlife park, was 7 meters front, and we got all the plants working and growing, and at 10 o'clock in the morning they're all fizzing like lemonade. All the oxygen bubbles were coming off, and the school groups had come in. We discussed photosynthesis, and you had a living working model of how oxygen is produced from fish poo. So that was, students loved it. The school kiddies.
What the fuck are you talking about, Dave?
A healthy aquarium with healthy water and healthy plants, and everything else is your turtles, your fish, your snakes.
That's it.
Everything that lives in the waters goes well.
All right. So
A natural ecosystem we're talking about.
all right. Back on track.
Okay.
Gentlemen and lady. All right, gentlemen and lady, back on track. I think that turtles are the worst indoor aquarium reptile pet because I feel like they are messy. And I also feel like snakes are just problematic because they're snakes. So I feel like, based on all the reptiles we've had to pinpoint tonight, that lizards are the most sensible, with a proviso, and that is that you are going to be keeping a water sink in your paludarium in your lounge room.
Perfect.
Because I feel like this is the analogous to a frog, a dart frog if you're from overseas. Not that. You can't get that. Don't get that.
No. That's the go.
That's the go. That's the go.
And you know what? It's going to be something like that is going to be perfect, because a frog is always good, but a frog doesn't even move. These things are going to do a little bit more.
They're busy doing stuff.
Yeah. They're a busy animal.
Mm.
Whereas the frog's going to sit there like a little green blob on the wall for hours.
Yeah.
It'll be
Come out
busy
at night when it's dark.
doing better sleep.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'd have to change out the skink in the Northern Territory. There's a skink nearly that size, and it's a forest skink from East Arnhem Land. I think it's Sexcutata or Carlia longipes, and they're very active and scrubbing around the gardens and near the ponds at the moment. They're one sits on my leg while I'm packing shrimps, and if I drop one, it races over, grabs a shrimp, eats it, and then comes back and sits on my bare foot.
Dave, fuck me. You've been going about this skink for 8 months now. This is the Aqua Green website.
Aqua Green.
I know. Okay. Dave, what is this skink called?
It's not on the. It's Carlia longipes, I think, and it's a nice little skink. You wouldn't call it a water skink, though. Yeah.
Why are we talking about it then?
Because that's the ones you got
But they
around
live
your
near the
ponds.
water. Yeah, they're all over the place here.
They are.
But it's not a water skink.
No.
But it lives next to the water like the other one.
But the other one's in the water.
Fucking hell, Dave. Come on.
I get them out in the ponds they climb in the ponds and they can't get out, little buggers. So I get them out all the time and throw them back in the water.
All right. So we're going to go to the most applicable lizard / skink, we all know now. All right. So, okay. So this is the eastern water skink / Kosciuszko, southern, whatever. Eulepris.
Blue Mountains, yeah.
This is a 1 foot, 30 centimeter, 12 inches, smooth, shiny skink that lives along the creeks and the banks of the, Eastern Australia forests, streams, in the general habitat of crimson spot rainbow fish. What the fuck is that gudgeon called again?
Carp gudgeon or empire gudgeon?
Empire gudgeon. Thank you, Dave. And Pacific blue eyes.
Blue eyes.
And I honestly think, although it sounds to be the most boring animal that we discussed tonight, I think that this display would be the most aesthetically pleasing for your lounge room, your wife, your guests, and yourself when you're enjoying your lounge room.
I'm loving the comment here. Actually, I just couldn't help but see that where Dave Smith mentions the dwarf crown snake is the best pet skink.
Oh, for fuck's what?
It just caught my eye.
What's he been drinking? He's drunk half of that bloody bottle of whiskey, hasn't he?
Praddy wants the Celebes built, but Praddy. Okay, so we discussed at the start of the stream that I was leaning towards a biotope specific display. So this is what you might call this Coffs Harbour. We have
what's that creek near your place in Coffs Harbour? There's a creek there. We runs through the middle of Coffs Harbour.
The Bellingen River.
Oh yeah, that one too. That's got those fish in it. Yep, Bellingen River.
And to me, there's something that may be said in having a display that is actually truly unique to your environment.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So, for shits and giggles, Gabs, you are the queen of above ground landscaping, we'll call it. Where is my enclosures display? It's not a very good display. It's okay. It's very dark. It's very dark.
I can't actually see it at all, so I can't comment on your picture because it's not.
Me either.
Are you guys hanging?
I can see it, but I mean, I might not have been able to hear Gab, but I can see the picture beautifully.
Are you hanging? What the fuck? All right. How's that, Gabs?
I can see everybody, but I couldn't see the image that you rendered for your.
All right.
I can see the image.
All right. So, Gabs, this is the most terrestrial animal that we have spoken about tonight.
Yep.
If you were to have it in a custom aquarium that is 3 feet high, but at 2 feet water volume, it's 6 by 3 by 2 with a screen lid, how would you aquascape, landscape the above water area to suit water skinks?
To suit them, I put a lot of rock ledges and crevices that have nice gappage, like this sort of thing, so they get in and around and utilize the space. And the way I look at it is that when you have a rock platform, you look at the surface area of that platform, and that is usable space for the animal. And then if you have them stacked up, you're increasing the usable space for those animals, so you can maximise, the space that you give them that they can utilise, and make a nice display. So,
Gabs, the rock work you're talking about sounds heavy, but can we do it with
polystyrene?
Can we do it with a lightweight material?
Yes, I would be doing it all in polystyrene.
Okay, go.
So I haven't shared any videos of the tanks that I've built in the last 10 years, but I've worked mostly with polystyrene. The reason I work with polystyrene is because it is completely inert. I use it I'm saving it from the tip, so it's a good thing for the environment. But also, plants utilize polystyrene like they do soil. So you don't get dead zones when you use polystyrene. If people try to make enclosures and they use the spray foam polyurethane, polyurethane does not get utilized by plant roots. So, of course, there's pros and cons to this, but I find that polystyrene being utilized as a medium for the plants is beneficial to the long-term running of a display, even though the plant roots do grow into it somewhat. There are materials that I use and have worked with for a long time. I like, best way to put it is bitumen. Water-based bitumen rubber waterproofing membrane is what I like to use for making polystyrene rocks, because again, it's quite inert once it's cured. It's also quite a natural material, so plants and mosses will grow on it readily, and it's safe.
But it's bitumen though. It's horrible to work with. Horrible stuff.
No, water-based.
Okay, I've got a variation on the polystyrene. I make polystyrene dams, and to hold back the mangrove mud or soil or whatever I'm going to put in there, or perlite, which is almost the same as polystyrene to grow things. But I make the shape, carve it, whatever, make it rough, and then I paint it with West Systems epoxy, and then rub very dry peat and sand into it and get a natural look that way. And then once it's dry again, set, then I paint more West Systems epoxy over it, and then rub more stuff into it. And it just, ones I did out in the 1990s out of the wildlife park are still there, haven't fallen apart yet, and it probably will soon, I suppose. But I've got a tide tank there. I'm trying to breed mud skippers at the moment, the big freshwater ones, and the tide goes in and out, and the styrofoam looks like a mud bank with I made a mock mud, and the mud skippers are digging holes in it, and it works really well. And you could do that system for your make your land mass for your lizards, and then have the water in there, and it should work out pretty good.
I haven't used, I do use epoxy, but I just think that chemically exposing myself to it long term, I've been a bit wary of epoxy, but it is completely inert once it is cured as well. And you can utilize it, as Dave said, with putting your mediums in it to get the desired texture, which is also what I do with the bitumen. But the water-based bitumen, Adam, is not hard to work with at all. You get a little bit on your hand, you go and wash it off with a bit of water. The old stuff, the ormanoid was what I started working with, and it was terrible stuff because you had to use I don't know, some kind of awful solvent to get it off your skin and everything. You know, it was just awful. And I was always worried about residuals with that, but certainly with the water-based one, you don't get any problems with your water chemistry or anything afterwards.
All right.
I use gloves when I'm working with the epoxy.
Net when I'm dealing with much smaller goldfish.
I would work with epoxy before I would work with.
What the fuck is going on?
Are we doing pictures or quick
Yeah.
Net when I'm dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Dave,
Adam,
why is this big-nosed turtle so pissed off with you?
he's not. He's hungry. Feed me. It's always warm in Darwin, and they come up to get their tucker. So you go there with some goodos or a bit of chicken, and that's not me. Don't know who that is in that picture. Might be Greg.
This once already tonight, right? I'm not
they're very feminine looking legs if it's Greg.
Yeah, it's Greg.
Well, don't know who it is. It's
Greg's
not
got
me.
some very feminine legs there.
I don't know who it is.
It's definitely
female.
not a male. It's definitely a female.
My pig nose will come out of the water for something like he loves mussels, you know, like green lip mussels. So if I waggle one of those above the tank, he'll do the same thing. He'll think he's a seal, and he'll try to come out and eat it.
We've got some comments and questions going on here. So we've got Can says, can we catch blue eyes rain cops? Yes, you can. We've got David saying we should not drive cars.
Hey, why? And why would that
Why
be?
would we need to? I'm at home.
Not right this moment.
That's because I'm drinking water on it. Water.
Dave's a sensible one right now.
I'm okay. I've only had 4. And it's been 4 hours. I'm doing okay. I'm right to drive.
I still feel sober too.
Yeah, I'm very sober.
All right. So we're getting on to what I would like to call the message in a bottle. But tonight we've gone through our snake, which is our file snake, our turtle, which is a painted. Yes, absolutely.
Jardine, whatever.
And a snake.
A lizard.
Lizard's next.
Thank you. Which is a eastern water skink / Eulampress. On my guest tonight, is there anything else tonight that you would like to say to our public to inspire them to bridge the gap between reptile keeping and freshwater fish keeping and have them unite the two sides together?
They go with each other quite well. Why do they need uniting? It's personal preference if you had an aquarium or a terrarium or a paludarium or whatever they want to call it. Or both. You do what you want. Do what you like.
It comes down to interest. It's sometimes it can be also like asking if you're a cat or a dog person. It's for some people, but I find I'm interested in both to a degree, but I don't keep so much in the aquatic side. I'm more just the reptile side, but fascinated by reptiles that do be aquatic.
I had a little disaster recently. Greg and I went to catch 6 pig-nosed turtles for someone in New South Wales, and we had a permit. And I will never use an electric motor ever again. We had electric output and a big battery, and the bloody thing kept stopping, even though there was plenty of juice in the battery. So we were heading upstream the Daly River. Where we were, there's some very large crocodiles, and I had a very small boat. So it come 6:30, we were halfway to where we needed to be. We were getting picked up. So we abandoned the boat and started to walk in the bush, and we had no torch, no.
Oh, Jesus.
We were going to be back there at 4 p.m. Yeah, so we crashed through the monsoon forest on the edge of the river and ended up getting back at about 12:30 the next morning early. And the guys waiting for us didn't leave, luckily, and they went at 9 p.m. They went and called the Northern Territory Police, and they were going to send out the helicopters in the morning. But anyway, when we got back, we cancelled the search and rescue, and my boat's still in the Dahlia River on the bottom of it with the bloody electric outboard. Sunk the boat. Yeah. So.
Oh, you're
That
kidding.
was the last big turtle hunt. So we've. I said, no more turtles. Anyway, I got a phone call from the RSPCA last week. Some young soldier had
Adam.
gone off and left his turtles
Adam's
unattended.
going nude.
He's stripping. I'll have to turn it off. He left his turtles and he went out into the bush to do. They've got all these army exercises going on up here, and his flatmate had to go off and do a job. So he rang the RSPCA. And the RSPCA rang me. I don't know where they got my number from. And I went in and I've got his turtles and his fish here now. So when the young soldier comes back from exercises, he'll have to track down who's got the. Oh, we got a different T-shirt. No.
It's the one that we had underneath. He's getting a little bit too hot.
He's warmed up with all that bloody whiskey, bourbon or whatever it is, Tennessee whiskey.
I'm fucking pissed right now. All right.
I can tell. Adam was telling me, today that his record podcast has gone for 4 hours, and we've now broken it.
We haven't gone for 4 hours, have we?
It's 3 hours and 58 minutes. We can get there. All right. So, Alan and Lady.
White milk. White.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between getting advice online versus in person? And if so, what is the difference? So, message in a bottle. The question left for you from a previous guest without knowing who you are.
Okay. Well, probably the biggest factor in that is still, it doesn't come down to whether that person's online or in person. It really comes down to that person you're talking to in the end. I mean, there's some amazing people that are online and they've got some amazing abilities, amazing knowledge, and they can give the best advice out there. But there's also a lot of people that hide behind a keyboard and pretty much are not going to give the best advice. But if you talk to a person face to face, that person is well known, reputable, and you talk to that person from experience of everything you know about them, that's going to be a really good person to talk to, obviously. But I can never say one or the other, depending on who's online at the time and what experience they had.
So you're fence sitting.
Pretty much. It's one of the, I have to really, because it's not one of those things. Like, I mean, some people might get the best advice from someone they want to talk in person, but they'll never get to see that person in person. So that person might give the advice online no matter what.
Very cool. Gabs.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of availability, what is the one species of aquatic reptile you've always wanted to keep and why?
I'm going to say semi-aquatic. I still absolutely want to try to get Mitchell's water monitors again. I looked after them at Taronga. They were awesome, little or smallish monitors. So they were the size was right. They were quirky. They had personality, and I would love the opportunity to work with them again.
Yeah, cool. I agree. Dave. What fish
It's gone.
Hey?
It fell off his.
No, I
Something's
just had to open the back door. The dog's there.
I'm fucking hot. What fish, reptile, or plant has been a constant in your aquarium life?
What do you mean? Well, I've been trying to breed little mangrove gabies for about 30 years and not been successful. There you go.
Right. Why?
Because they're pretty, they've got character, they're easy to catch, they're local, jet black with yellow borders on their fins, and they pop around the bottom of the tank. They don't have swim bladder, and they lay tiny little eggs, and they have tiny little fry, and you need something less than 40 microns live food to feed them, and I haven't got there yet. Someone else did it, bastard. I've always wanted to keep that Jardine River turtle. I'll get some Mitchell's water monitors and I'll swap you.
Yeah, I'll happily swap you someday. No problem.
Next time I see someone, I'll catch him and ask for a permit.
I'll catch you. Then ask for a permit. Ask for a permit after. It's always good to ask for forgiveness.
Yeah. Well, that's what we did. Seek forgiveness, yeah.
So I'm just checking messages now to make sure there's no more questions for us tonight. And for the first time with all these live streams, I am fucking pissed a fart.
I'm glad. I'm glad I managed to get on this live stream and be a part of this, mate.
All right.
You might have called me the worst guest, but hey, I'll get over that.
No one's doing what he wants tonight.
Oh my god! All right.
I think it's that we didn't give him the answers that he was hoping for.
I think he was just disappointed that I wasn't as experienced with fish.
Oh, all right. So there's some great comments coming in. Great live stream. Plenty of cheers. Is there anything
What's
out
about
there?
a white Australian sheep? What's that one? White Australian sheep. What's that mean?
Don't know.
You see it there?
I do.
I don't know.
Someone thinks differently.
I'd move on. I'd move on from that one and answer something more valid. More interesting.
Oh, Andrew. So our absolute limit for live streams is 4 hours and 20 minutes. We're at 4 hours and
7.
Okay, we need to go for just a little bit longer. Just
so we've got to go 14. We've got 14 minutes to go.
I can't.
No, Adam's
look at your nose. Your nose is glowing, Adam.
Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it.
No, fair call. I think
All
we need to go.
Tan says, thank you, guests, and thanks, Adam. Is there anything out there for you guys to say tonight before we end it as to what you might say to someone who's thinking about cohabitating some reptiles, Australian and fish, to make a nice display in their lounge room? Anyone out there?
I would comment by saying find somebody that's done it before. Talk to as many people as you can.
That's pretty much what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Try to, I mean, of course, do your own research, make up your own mind based on your own experiences, but talk to as many people as you can to get like I've always had mentors throughout my life, and they've been invaluable in getting me to think outside the box and working out ways of doing things that you might not think of for yourself. And if you can do that, then you'll win. You'll succeed for sure.
And just one thing I like to add to that is that not everything has a hard and fast rule. What works for one person may not work for another, and a lot of that can also be based on individual species and individual animals. I mean, you can do the same thing, the same requirements for the same species of animal. If that animal has different needs, different personalities, it may require different routines as well.
There were six very large barramundi in the public aquarium, and each one of them had a different personality, and one was really shy, and one was an extrovert, and so but exactly, find someone who's done it and ask them will they help, and a lot of them will like to help you do.
Oh, absolutely, they will. I've always been happy to help people.
Well, you can't do that, and I say, why? Have you tried it? And like growing water lilies and mangroves inside, we did that. And the guys from the nursery said, oh, you can't do that. And you say, have you tried it? And they hadn't. So I said, well, we'll try it and see what happens. And
we'll see what happens. That's right. I mean, and if things go wrong, you learn from those mistakes.
Don't try something new, but always look after your animals as best you can. Yeah.
That's good advice, Adam.
That also comes back to know your animals, like do your research, but then also observe your animals. Make sure that you spend the time to monitor what's happening within their enclosures and understand what interactions are going on and what could be problematic and what isn't problematic. So observation of your animals is absolute key.
Adam's got one eye shut. He's still hanging in there.
Good night, Adam.
It's okay, Adam. We've only got 6 minutes to go.
I know.
Oh, come on, we can do it. 6 minutes.
We can do this.
I honestly hope that for someone that wants to keep a snake, turtle, or lizard in their display inside their home, that they have some sort of information, entertainment, and they can make them maybe think a bit more about how they might do that.
One thing that I do now that I never did very well in the past is keep a diary on, especially if you're trying something new, and record your water quality measurements, and then if something's going wrong, go back in your diary to when things were going really well and what the water quality readings were, and try and and that keeping a diary does help you learn a lot faster.
I found I did that a lot with breeding animals at the time. So I've always bred and always put the diaries and kept notes of times when things started started getting breeding routines, when fighting started, when all this behavior. And then you find each year and everything, you can go off those routines and see when to do things. It's all really handy.
I had a huge racket in the house one day. About 4 a.m. woke me up, and what the hell's that? And I went towards the bathroom, and there was 2 pythons fighting in the ceiling, 2 males, and they broke the skylight, and they all fell in on us, in clunk in front of me, and I couldn't catch them because when I went to go for one, the other one attacked me. So what I did was I opened one of the bedrooms, and they went in there, and I took the window off, and then closed the door, and then they were gone in the morning. But they emptied my bookshelf and broke the fans, and they had a fat old time. And there was a really big, large female python out in the driveway that night as well. They're probably fighting over her favours. So every January, February, we get little baby carpet pythons around the place here, and I walked over to the little aquaponics thing there one night and went chomp on my knee, and the little cranky little bugger was underneath the framework under the aquaponics, and I stood next to him and he bit me, little bugger. So they're real grumpy ones. The carpet snakes up here are really grumpy compared to the ones in down south.
They are. They really are.
Is he still with us or not? He's gone.
He's kind of he's just with us.
Yeah.
I think he's put a solid effort in, hasn't he? He's only got what? Here we are. I've only got 4 minutes to go. We're right.
So what other stories we got here? We can keep him going for a few more minutes.
Yeah, that's it.
I can tell you about the German safari. We ran a safari into Arnhem Land. The Aboriginal guides were our country guides, and I was their fish person. And they got this safari camp set up there near Maningrida. It's brick tents. The bottom half's brick and the top half's some sort of African safari tent. We took these guys out to the Cadell River, 2 billabongs on the Cadell River, and our guides were the Jelk Rangers, and the boss guide was Felix, and he was proper Aboriginal, black as charcoal. And when we got there, there's a small billabong which went like 30, 40 yards across, and then there was this massive one next to it, and there was an isthmus of land between the 2 billabongs about 1 metre wide, and there was massive crocodile track right across the middle of it. And I went to Felix, and we wanted to get in the knee-deep water and catch these blue eyes and rainbow fish. And I went to Felix and I said, "Where's the crocodile, Felix?" And he's looked at it a little bit and wriggles his nose a bit, and he says, "Oh, he's gone both ways." And so you don't know. And then just as we were doing that, a carload of young fellas turned up, a troop carrier with about 25 in it. I don't know how they all fitted into it. Might not have been that many.
It's one of those
Felix
cars.
yelled at them in language, and they all disappeared off into the bush, and they all came back with big long sticks, and they started pushing the sticks into the water, slowly getting deeper and deeper into this small billabong. And then one of them yelled out, and they all went in for a swim, so we realised the crocodile wasn't in there. But while that's going on, Franz Peter from Cologne, he's got his little camera set up, and Felix, full-blood Aboriginal from Arnhem Land, is speaking fluent German to the German guy filming the and I couldn't believe it, and I waited till he finished. He was explaining what was going on, where they were making sure the crocodile wasn't there. And anyway, when he finished explaining to Franz Peter what was going on, I went to Felix. I said, "You speak in German? Where'd you do? What? How come? Why?" I couldn't understand why. He said, "I married a German backpacker. I went and lived in Munich for 2 years with her. And it was too bloody cold. We had to come back." And I said, "Where's your wife?" She said, "Oh, she's running the art gallery in Maningrida." So his wife was in there running the art gallery, and he was darting around the country. Poor old Felix died, but I think his wife's still there running the art gallery in Maningrida. So
that's
big
awesome.
life change for her. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't live long, the old fellas.
Nah.
That was a great trip, and we caught lots of lovely little fish, and one of those threadfin rainbow fish, we caught that there, and had a great cross-cultural experience.
I see movement. I think is he coming back?
Oh,
I hope so.
God.
There was some movement. I think he's gone to vomit, hasn't he?
Don't leave that snake there; he'll be gone in the morning.
Went for a bomb.
He's going to forget about it. You'll leave it there.
Yeah, put the snake away, Adam.
Is that one of those Northern Territory carpet pythons?
It is, but the albinos are quieter than the normal ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
For some reason, the albinos are always much quieter than what the normal colour ones are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know the history of that snake, that
I.
group of snakes from the caravan park in Darwin.
I remember the very first one on the curtain rail in the caravan.
Yeah, and Grant got it at the wildlife
Grant
park.
got it and put it to the Territory Park, and then Simon Stone done a good deal with them and sent it down there to breed them.
Yeah.
And I was the one that caused it to come back.
Yeah. Right. Excellent.
I went to my local member here. Grant wanted it back, and the bloke there at the wildlife park.
Well, that was Blondie, originally Blondie.
The bloke at the wildlife park said was going to put it down, and we all kicked up a fuss. Yeah, and but after I left the wildlife park, Grant was complaining about it, so I went to Jerry Wood, the member for my local member here, and he went to the minister for the parks and that, and we got it because that bloke that was supposed to pay a percentage of the sales back up to the Territory Wildlife Park, and he never did.
Oh, you never did?
No, apparently not.
Did. Oh, interesting. Because
That's why we got it
originally
back.
those animals went for extreme money originally, and they made a lot of money out of them. And now they're like a giveaway snake, and I even get them on call outs around Sydney now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah.
You're
It's
awake.
incredible how quickly they bred up. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was good. And yeah, so there's lots of things that wildlife parks should do. I think I was helped got the spotted frogs back into the. I went out to Bullo River Station and collected a heap of those big bloody Latoria splendidas and got them out into the trade. Yeah, so
Nice.
then we got a virus named after our street. I got a frog virus. It was a brand new virus, and four virologists described the virus, and that's what killed. I'm a failed frog farmer. That's what killed our frogs. A few survived and they bred, but the tadpoles were deformed. So it was a weird virus, and they called it. We live on Mahaffey Road, and they called it Mahaffey Road virus. Lucky they didn't call it Wilson virus. Yeah. So you got 6 seconds to go, Adam.
Pratty, Pratty, you got to wait like 1 minute, Pratty, and we get the record.
That's it. I'm going to be so proud to have been my first moment on this and to hold the record.
So Grant knew Steve Irwin, so he brought him around one day and to have a look through the aquarium when I was his guide for the afternoon. And we went into the crocodile, and the teeth were falling out of our big croc, and they wouldn't let us feed it anything except chooks. Anyway, Steve said, Irwin said, you got to feed it some bit of roughage and, like a whole wallaby or a whole pig or whatever. Yeah,
so, get a bit of cow bones.
We got some wild pigs here, and I give it some pig's heads and used to do a fast lap around the link road in the park and hit a wallaby and take that in there and throw it in there with it. And its teeth grew back really well. Yeah, so.
Excellent.
It's great and terrible all at the same time.
It is.
We had that. Here's that documentary filmmaker Ben Kropp came there, and he wanted to get it. Yeah, he wanted to get in the enclosure with the crocodile. So the boss said, "No, you can't do it." Anyway, his boss wasn't there, so I said, "Oh, we'll open the door and you can stand in there, and we'll throw the wallaby in." And the croc's got this wallaby, and he's flicked bits off it, and he flicked the wallaby over his head, and he looked up, and the only thing left there to eat was Ben Kropp. So he's come galloping up the beach. And I grabbed Ben Kropp, pulled him out of the enclosure and slammed the door shut just on the crocodile's nose. As he got there. So we nearly had the croc and ate Ben Kropp, but lucky we didn't. I would have got the sack straight away. Yeah, so.
Wow.
How are we going? 4:21:42. Need any more Northern Territory stories?
I think we've probably just about.
Look at that. Adam can't even think.
So I caught snakes for 3 months. Did I tell you that? We had a 70 kilometre long trench on the trench. The pipeline from Port Keats to Ban Springs was 253 kilometres. They had 4 snake catches. I had to go and Grant ran a course, and I did a course on catching snakes. The exam was a cranky slaty grey in a little dunny, and you went in there. You had a hook and a bag, and you had to come out with a snake, and that was the exam without getting bitten. Yeah. And they're grumpy little shits, those slaty greys.
I know. I kept slaty greys for years.
Yeah. So we walked this trench. We're getting, our best day was 249 snakes, and we only got 1 king brown out of the whole 3 months because they'd really all been killed by toads. Yeah. Toads.
Oh no.
And we found dead keelbacks with toads. They tried to eat a toad too big and choked themselves. Dead keelbacks. What else did we find in the trench? There was dingoes. A buffalo fell in there one day, and we had to get an excavator.
I've seen footage of a buffalo in there with somebody in the trench. With Ricky McKenzie it was in there with the trench with a video of the buffalo. I don't know if that's the same buffalo.
Might not be.
He was one of the catchers
there with his leg.
Yeah.
Might have been a different pipeline.
Might have been a different pipeline. I remember the video Ricky McKenzie put on there, and he's got this buffalo running in the trench at him. Or a cow. It might have just been a cow.
It wasn't wide enough.
Yeah, it might have just been a cow.
So we had to get.
I think it was just a cow.
We got two of those stretchy straps that you pull cars out of bogs with under either side. Hooked them onto the excavator. The guy lifted it out and put it on the ground. Before he actually let it go, we got in the cars and closed the doors got in our cars.
Classic.
Gabs,
Yes.
can you finish this stream with 2 sentences of brilliance as to how you're going to keep a reptile and a fish together? What are the basic requirements and oh, fuck, I don't know.
Okay, I'll run with that, okay? You need to maximize your ventilation above the water. You need to make sure that you provide the UV and heating that the reptile requires. And the aquarium stuff is pretty stock standard. Like, you don't have to change anything if you've got a terrestrial scape above the tank, other than it might impact on your lighting. So you need to think about that if you want to have terrestrial stuff above an aquarium.
Yes. Perfect. So
Did you hear that, Adam?
Oh, I did. I am fucking pissed right.
Oh,
Dave?
God.
Dave,
Adam,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Andrew, I appreciate you coming on tonight.
I appreciate being here, mate. Thank you.
And Gabs, one of us,
Yeah.
thank you.
No worries, mate. You better get some sleep now, eh? I think we've broken the record.
Oh,
that's
You got a new
that's
record
the
to
only reason I came on.
Yeah.
Had one
I think we've
ambition,
broken-
and that was it.
so to all that's watching now, fuck me, I'm so
Apologise.
I hope you were inspired to keep a multi display in your home, reptiles, fish, and we will get to amphibians in the future. Thank you very much for coming tonight. And to my guests, thank you for coming on board.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
It's been an absolute pleasure, mate.
I can't. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good night.
Good night.
Good night,
Bye.
Adam.
See you later, guys.